One of the first things I wanted to just cover before we start getting into my ruling pertains to the media. And I did look at things, and again, like yesterday, I told you that I wanted to make sure that everybody in the media had looked at my order and that they were abide by it. One of the issues or questions that I keep getting is, can we report contemporaneously or just a 30-minute delay that is in my order? Does that pertain to that? And I thought about it, and I will allow you to report. I don't think I can prevent you from reporting on that. Everything else in the order does stand. I don't think I specifically really addressed that point, but I just wanted to clarify that because I think there's been a lot of questions about that. I am concerned, though, I do not want people coming in and out, flurry. I don't do distractions for the jury. Okay? I think that will be the last time that we address anything pertaining to the media. But again, I'm thankful that you're here, and our courts are open to the media. All right. I've spent a considerable amount of time looking at case law, these excellent briefs that have been presented to me, your oral arguments, and I am going to grant the state's motion, amended motion in limine, and I'm going to exclude any reference to child pornography involving the victim, her juvenile daughter, I think it's AMP, or Bradley Post. So I'm going to be excluding that. And that also includes the cross-examination of Mr. Post. I will get into that in a moment. I know that we've talked with counsel as far as your ability to do a proffer, and he's going to be coming in for in-camera hearings shortly. I find that it is not relevant under Rule 401 or 2. This evidence has no tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to this murder more or less likely. It will not assist the jury at arriving at the truth of this murder. The question is, did the defendant commit this murder? And that's the only issue. The child pornography is not relevant, and even if so, I would exclude it under Rule 403 because the probative value is significantly outweighed by, and I know normally we jump to unfair prejudice, and that is part of it, but I would focus on confusion of the issues and misleading the jury. If at some point it does become relevant, then that certainly could be revisited. And again, even if it were found to be relevant, which I don't think it is, it's not coming in pertaining to Post under 608C for bias. I know that y'all, that was your argument. Certainly you're going to be protected in proffering, but Mr. Post, he's going to stand, or he's going to have his day in court, and he's going to have to, but he is not, he's not pled, and he's not been tried yet. He's not a co-defendant. He's not an eyewitness to the actual crime. He basically found the body of his girlfriend, fiance, and he's going to be here testifying under subpoena. And it's my understanding he's testifying to finding the body, reporting the murder, which is corroborated by the 911 phone call. And the investigator, the victim was his girlfriend, and he is a victim of harassment. He does have serious charges against him, but these are pending again, and he's innocent until he's proven guilty, and he will have a trial. Also, the Attorney General's office will handle this trial, not the Greenville Solicitor's office. He's not a cooperating witness. He's not providing any type of inculpatory, evidence linking the defendant to the crime. So they're not offering him in any way to like I said, to inculpate the defendant and of any type of wrongdoing or indication of guilt. Also looked at the State v. Smith, State v. Mitchell, State v. And I can't pronounce this, Beesbury or whatever, Pradubsri. And I don't find that the bias issues that were in those cases are in play here. I also reviewed, I think it's Delaware versus something. I think it's Van something, but Parcel. Thank you. Defense can ask Mr. Post if he has any pending charges, but not go into the specific charges. Certainly on the proffer, there will be certain allowance, but I do have the right to impose a limit on the scope of defense counsel's cross-examination and not.
425A for burglary first.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for promptly being here. I appreciate it. I had legal matters that I had to take up with the attorneys in this matter. And again, I just want to thank you for your patience and thank you for your service. Can you please swear the jury?
Please stand and raise your right hand. The correct response to the oath is I will. You shall well and truly try the case 2022 GS 232194, the state versus Zachary David Hughes, indicted for murder and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, 2024 GS 235425A for burglary first degree, 5412 for harassment, and 5413 for conspiracy, and a true verdict rendered according to the law and the evidence, so help you God. I will. I will. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now the jury in this case, and I'll take a few minutes to tell you something about your duties as jurors and give you some instructions. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on the law, and those instructions will control your deliberations. The criminal case has been brought by the state of South Carolina, and I will sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is represented in this trial by Solicitor Walter Wilkins and Jake Hofert. The defendant is represented by his attorneys, Mark Moyer and Andrew Moorman. The defendant has been charged by the state with murder, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, burglary first degree, harassment, and conspiracy. The charges against Zachary David Hughes are contained in the respective indictments. The indictment is simply the description of the charges against Zachary David Hughes. It is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to these charges and denies committing the crime. He is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless all of you unanimously find that the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. South Carolina law makes the jury the finder of facts. You 12 alone are the finders of facts, and it will be your duty to decide from the evidence what the facts are. You will hear the evidence, decide what the facts are, and then apply those facts to the law I give you at the close of this case. That is how you will reach your verdict. In doing so, you must follow that law, whether you agree with it or not. The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other items received into evidence as exhibits, and any facts on which the lawyers agree or stipulate. The same law that makes you 12 the finder of the facts makes me the judge of the law, and our rules of evidence control what can be received into evidence. When a lawyer asks a question or offers an exhibit into evidence and a lawyer on the other side thinks it's not permitted by the rules of evidence, that lawyer may object, and that simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of evidence. South Carolina law forbids a trial judge from making a comment to a jury about a fact in a case. Therefore, because it may be necessary for me to comment on a fact in applying our rules of evidence, it may be necessary for me to talk with the lawyers out of your hearing by having a bench conference while you are present in the courtroom or by excusing you from the courtroom. The purposes of these conferences is to decide how certain evidence is to be treated under the rules of evidence and to avoid confusion and error. I ask you, be patient during these breaks. Certain things are not in evidence. Statements, arguments, questions, and comments by lawyers representing the parties in the case are not evidence. Objections are not evidence. Lawyers have a duty to their clients to object when they believe something is improper under the rules of evidence. You should not be influenced by the objection. If I sustain an objection, you must ignore the question or exhibit and must not try to guess what the answer might have been or the exhibit might have contained. If I overrule the objection, the evidence will be admitted, but do not give it special attention because of the objection. Testimony that I strike from the record or tell you to disregard is not evidence and must not be considered. Anything you see or hear about this case outside this courtroom is not evidence unless I specifically tell you otherwise during the trial. Finally, some of you may have heard the terms direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what the witness personally saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. That is, it is proof of one or more facts from which one can find or infer another fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. In deciding what the facts are, you may have to decide what testimony you believe and what testimony you do not believe. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it. In deciding what to believe, you may consider a number of factors, including the following: the witness's ability to see or hear or know the things the witness testifies to, the quality of the witness's memory, the witness's manner while testifying, whether the witness has an interest in the outcome of the case or any motive, bias, or prejudice, whether the witness is contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial or by other evidence, and lastly, how reasonable the witness's testimony is when considered in light of other evidence which you believe. It is my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. To ensure fairness, you as jurors must not talk among yourselves about this case or about anyone involved with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial is ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you're a juror, but do not tell them anything about the case or discuss it until after you have been discharged as a juror. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report it to me immediately. During the trial, do not talk with or speak to any of the parties, lawyers, or witnesses involved in this case. You should not even pass the time of day with any of them. It is important not only that you do justice in this case, but that you also give the appearance of doing justice. If a person from one side of the case sees you talking to a person from the other side, even if it is simply to pass the time of day, an unwarranted and unnecessary suspicion about your fairness might be aroused. If any lawyer, party, or witness does not speak to you when you pass in the hall, ride, the elevator, or the like, it is because they are not supposed to talk to you or visit with you pursuant to my instructions. Do not read any news stories or articles, watch TV about this case or about anyone involved with it, or listen to any radio or television reports, podcasts, anything of the like about this case, any social media, or about anyone involved with it. Do not do any research on the internet about anything in the case or consult blogs or dictionaries or other reference materials, and do not make any investigation about this case on your own. This is your duty as the jurors in this case. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to discuss this case with your fellow jurors. Keep an open mind until then. I'm often asked about note taking. You are not able to take notes during the trial of this case. And the reason is that I want you to pay close attention to each witness as he or she testifies and not be fixated on taking copious notes. The first step in the trial will be the opening statements. The state in its opening statement will tell you about the evidence that it intends to put before you so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is going to be. Just as the indictment is not evidence, neither is the opening statement evidence. Its purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will try to prove. And after the state's opening statements, defendant's attorney may, if he chooses, make an opening statement. And at this point in the trial, no evidence has been offered by either side. Next, the state will offer evidence that it says will support the charges against the defendant. The state's evidence in this case will consist of the testimony of witnesses and may include documents and other exhibits. I remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and the state must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defendant does not have to prove his innocence. On both sides, the state and the defense will each be given time for their final arguments. I just told you that the opening statement by the lawyers are not evidence, and the same applies to the closing arguments. They are not evidence. In their closing arguments, the lawyers for each side will attempt to summarize and help you understand the evidence that was presented. The final part of the trial occurs when I instruct you about the rules of law that you're to use in reaching your verdict. After hearing my instructions, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decisions. I will inform you when you can begin deliberating. It is your added duty, Ms. Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of the case. We will now begin the trial. State.
Your Honor, may it please the court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Walt Wilkins, and myself, along with Jake Hofreth, we are the prosecutors in this case. This is Detective Jared Sparkman and Master Deputy Blake Wolf. They're the co-lead investigators in this case. I want to thank you for your service and thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this case to you. The state has the obligation to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard that you're going to hear from the judge. You're going to hear throughout your deliberations and throughout this trial. We have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of folks in this courtroom right here that you see. And so we are the prosecution. We represent the state. We have the honor of representing the state in this particular case. The defendant sits over there. That is Zachary Hughes along with his attorneys, and they represent him in this particular case. But there's many more other individuals in this case. We have the court reporter. She's very important. She is taking down everything that we're saying, recorded, so we can have a record of this entire case at its conclusion. And so that's what she'll be doing, and she'll also be marking exhibits. So if you see her over there writing on things, that's what she's doing. She's marking the exhibits in which we will identify things that we will be presenting to you for your review. This is Madam Clerk. She's involved with a lot of paperwork and handles all the evidence that we submit into the court. So she'll be handling all the exhibits that you will get to review upon your deliberation. And of course, we have the judge up here. And if you'll notice, the judge is a pretty important person. He's got a black robe. He gets to sit a little higher than the rest of us. There's a reason for that, because he is the referee in this case. He's going to be calling balls and strikes. He's going to be telling us what the law is. And when one of the parties has an objection, he's going to say whether you're right or whether you're wrong. And because there are rules in this courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, the rules are officiated by the judge to make sure that we maintain the rules and decorum in this courtroom and the evidence is presented to you in the proper way. But the most important people in this room, ladies and gentlemen, are you. As the judge said, you're the triers of fact. You decide what the facts are. And the great thing about serving as a juror is that you don't leave your common sense at the door. You get to bring it with you in here. And you get to listen to the testimony that'll come right from this chair right here. And you get to look at the evidence that's presented in your deliberations. And you can see it along the way of how this case progresses. you'll hear different kinds of evidence. So Judge said, you hear direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. They're both very powerful pieces of evidence. They can be used in a way, any way in which you accept them. Direct evidence is simple. It's something that somebody can see, taste, or smell, something that they see. If you see somebody commit a violent crime, that's direct evidence that they saw that person there. Circumstantial evidence can be just as powerful. For example, if you look outside before you go to bed and you see your lawn nice and green, and you wake up and it's covered in snow and there are footprints walking through the snow, well, you know that somebody walked through your yard from the time you went to bed and the time you woke up. You don't know who it is, but you know somebody did because you can see footprints. You can derive information from that to form a logical conclusion. Another good example of circumstantial evidence is DNA evidence. If you have DNA in a certain location, you can derive that that person was at that location at that particular time, even though no one may be testified that they actually saw him there, but the DNA shows that he was or she was there at a particular time. Very powerful circumstantial evidence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the murder of Christina Parcel. And the state intends to prove that Zachary Hughes did in fact murder Christina Parcel. You have a number of charges that you're going to be deliberating on. You have harassment charges, you have a burglary first degree charge, and you have a murder charge. Harassment is basically doing something that would intrude into the personal life of somebody, causing mental anguish. Burglary first degree means you went into somebody's home for the purpose of committing a violent crime. And then, of course, murder is an angry heart. We have to show that Zach Hughes had an angry heart. He was mad. And you can derive that information from any of the testimony, any of the evidence that we have that we present to you. So in this case, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about a number of characters. The main character is Christina Parcel. She was murdered on October 13th, 2021. And she was living in the Canebrake neighborhood with her sister, Tina Parcel, and Christina's daughter, Aida Mello. They were living in that neighborhood in a house in Canebrake. And Christina Parcel had been going through a very tremendous child custody dispute with John Mello since Aida was 3 years old. At the time, Aida was 9. For almost 6 years, they had been battling custody over Aida Mello. And that custody dispute raised to a certain level beginning in October of 2020 when John Mello and Aida Mello went to Italy. And John took Aida Mello to Italy, and Christina fought to get her back. And in April of 2021, Christina obtained Aida's custody. And they came back from Italy, and that's how they ended up living in the Canebrake neighborhood. So the question is, how did Zach Hughes become involved in this case? Well, Zach Hughes had a relationship with John Mello starting in about October of 2020, around the time when he left for Italy. And that relationship grew. And it grew to the point where Zach Hughes began inserting himself into this custody battle at the behest of John Mello. And they began doing things like sending photos of her to the neighbors in an effort to shame her, an effort to show that she's a bad mother. And as the custody dispute elevated, it elevated into a situation where custody might not go in John Mello's favor. And at that point, Zach Hughes made the ultimate decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand the indictments from the grand jury charging Zach Hughes with harassment and burglary first and murder. And the grand jury, true bill of these cases, they came out, and these are the charging documents. And while the defendant at this point in this case is certainly clothed in innocence, once you hear the evidence from that chair, you hear the evidence that's presented to you, you're going to find beyond a reasonable doubt, and the evidence will show that Zach Hughes is a cold-blooded killer. He committed murder, he committed harassment, and he committed burglary first. Thank you.
Thank you. Our making this court, the defense is going to defer opening until our case. Thank you. Which is your right.
Stay.
All right, Your Honor. The state calls Sarah Young.
Please stop right here. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah Young,
Ms. Young, with whom are you employed?
the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the 911 tape research analyst.
And what is a 911 tape research analyst?
Essentially, we pull 911 calls for the solicitor's office and the officers.
And so how does 911 operate?
Essentially, when a 911 call comes into dispatch, dispatch determines whether or not which agency the caller is needing. So whether or not they need police, fire, EMS, they'll get information from the caller and they'll transfer them to the proper agency.
And are the calls recorded?
Yes,
And when do they begin recording the call?
automatically. As soon as someone calls in a 911, it automatically starts recording.
So while it's ringing on, say, the caller's side, it's recording on your side?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? And do y'all maintain all of those records?
Yes, sir.
Inside the 911 office?
Yes, sir.
And are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are those your initials on there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is this?
That is a recording of the 911 call.
All right. I'm referring, is this a recording of a 911 call on October 13th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you have your records up there?
Yes, sir.
To help you remember?
Yes, sir.
It was a long time ago, wasn't it?
That it was.
Do you know about what time this call came in?
The call came in at 11 a.m.
At 11 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what number called it?
Yes, sir.
What number called it?
The number we have recorded is 864-436-2499.
And do you know who was calling? Does it tell you?
The caller did not give his name.
Did not give his name.
No.
And do you know what address that it was calling for?
Yes, sir. The address provided was 122 Canebrake Drive.
Do you know if that's in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
You have no objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, states number 7 comes into evidence.
Now, the State would like to publish it.
County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
122 Canebrake Drive.
AJ Police Fire EMS.
I'm sorry, I think I might have a debt.
Okay, let me connect you.
Walked in my fiance's house, she wouldn't answer my call, there's a very weird smell, I can't get her to come around.
Okay, let me
Laid all over the floor.
connect you to EMS there. Hold on just a moment.
All right.
address of the emergency?
122 Bloomberg Drive.
122 Canebrake Drive, and what's another street near Canebrake Drive?
I don't know, Southgate Drive.
Okay, in Greer?
Yes.
All right, the phone number
I
you're
think
calling,
I'm sorry?
the phone number you're calling from?
864-436-2499.
864-436-2499, and has anyone tested positive for COVID-19 or been exposed to COVID-19 positive?
No.
No, thank you, assessment.
I just walked in, I can't reach my John, so I came in the back door, she couldn't have been here. I smelled some weird smell, and it was like she bled out on the floor.
Okay, you smell a weird smell and she's flat on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, just one
And I
moment.
don't, I think I said it, my lips said it.
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, then we need to get her, turn her over, make sure she's flat on her back, nothing under her neck. You have something to put over her nose and mouth, and we're gonna start CPR, sir.
Okay, I think she's gone.
You think she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay, and what makes you think she's gone?
What about the person with CPR?
I'm sorry.
What do I do? I don't
Well,
want.
wait, we're gonna put her flat on her back, and then I'm gonna walk you through the steps to do that. If you think that she's, able to do the CPR, then we can. I have no problem walking you through that.
It looks like it's brain matter everywhere. Looks like there's something
There's
wrong.
brain matter everywhere.
It looks like they had shot me out. I don't know.
Like somebody had shot her? Okay, all right. All right, do you think that she's, not viable?
I don't know.
Okay, so look, so tell me why you think she's dead.
So she won't respond,
You won't
eyes
respond?
open,
Eyes are open? Okay, all right,
there's a lot of blood.
and a lot of blood, okay.
Yeah, anyway, the flowers, it looks like somebody must have come here.
Uh-huh,
And sunglasses were knocked off, it looks like in the hallway.
okay,
But the smell is very,
okay. All right, give me just a moment here, sir. Give me just a moment. So it looks like somebody may have broke in and shot her in the head.
me, I don't know.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm sorry, say it again.
Somebody here now.
I've got some people coming, sir. It's, do you see anybody, still nearby, an assailant or anything? No?
No.
All right. The front door was locked? Okay,
After this woman, I'm like, I walked on, she didn't respond to my call.
yes,
So I came over, and then I came back and smelled this weird smell.
right,
And I walked in, I could see there's like a raised floor.
yes. Okay, I have everybody coming. I'm sending the paramedics to help now. Stay on the line. I'll say exactly what to do next. Make sure to not, move anything, leave everything as it is.
Yeah.
And, if you can, go ahead and step out of the house, and that way, wait for the, paramedics and the police at the front of that. Yeah, I would go back out the way you came to, keep the scene as it is.
Yeah.
And then if they wanna go through the front when they get there, then they'll let you know, but I'd go back out the same way that you came in
Okay.
and leave everything as you found it.
Yeah, I think it's gonna, I don't know if it's gonna leave it on.
Yeah, okay, leave it, just however it is right now, just walk out, you can let them know you didn't know if you turned it on or off, but just leave it as it is right this moment.
The same thing, really, really, really smell.
Oh, really weird.
Like this, yeah, almost, chemical,
Like a gas or a chemical? More like a gas smell?
no, it's more like something with just a pesticide.
A pesticide smell? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and get out the door and go to the front and wait for them at the front, of the house. Leave everything as it is. Is there anything else that I can do for you, sir?
No,
All right, I've got them all coming.
that's,
All right, thank you. Sir, this is the sheriff's office?
Is that the recording you retrieved from 911?
Yes, sir.
Answer any questions defense counsel may have.
Cross-examination.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Young, step
Your Honor, we ask the witness be excused.
down. May be excused.
No, the state would call Deputy Chris Robinson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Robinson,
And with whom are you employed?
Greenwood County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Master Deputy.
Master Deputy. And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Currently on uniform patrol.
And what does that entail?
Answer your day-to-day calls, 911 calls,
How long have you been with the department?
10 years.
I'm going to refer you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember getting a call to the Canebrake neighborhood?
I do.
Okay. How did you get that call?
It was just a call for service at the time. Someone called 911 and I responded to that address.
Where were you located when you got that call?
Pelham Road at the QT.
How far away is that to the Canebrake?
Couple miles, maybe.
How long did it take you to get there?
Just a few minutes.
Now, did you go with your blue lights on, or did you go?
Absolutely. Just for the nature of the call, yeah, we responded, a license siren.
So what address did you arrive to? Do you remember?
I'm not 100% the exact-
122 Canebrake?
That would be it, yes, sir.
And so what happened when you got there?
So once I arrived on scene, I made contact with the complainant, Mr. Post. He was standing in the driveway. I was kind of briefly spoke to him, tried to figure out kind of what was going on. He told me that he arrived home or arrived to the victim's address when she wasn't answering her phone. So he said he went in the back door, was unlocked, and that's where he located her. So at that point, another deputy arrived on scene. So we decided to go in there and clear. We went in the back door. He said it was unlocked. They always leave it unlocked. So that's the way we made entry. Went inside immediately. As soon as we got inside, immediately smelled some kind of chemical odor. It was kind of unusual. We weren't 100% sure what it was. I could never figure it out, but we cleared the residence. I located Miss Parcel in the living room. There was blood all over the floor. Looked like there was drag marks on the floor where she was had been drugged by her feet or drugged somehow. She had multiple lacerations around her upper, her face or neck area.
All right, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna take you back a little bit. Now, when you get out of your car, did you walk down the driveway?
Yes, sir.
And what cars were parked there?
There were two cars in the driveway. They were kind of parked one behind the other. One, I think it was a Mercedes, was the back one. Not remember which one the first one was.
And where did you encounter Mr. Post?
He was in front of the first car closest to the house.
And then that's where did you obtain some information from him about what was going on?
Correct. Just like I said, the basic information about, or he came home and he couldn't get her on the phone, so that's why he showed up.
And so, your next item to do was to clear the house.
Correct.
And did you do that alone, or do you?
No, Master Deputy Brookshire was there. He went inside with me. We did it together because we didn't know what was inside or who else was inside.
So at that point, you have no idea what you're walking into.
Correct.
Is that standard procedure to have two individuals clear the house?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all in fact go and clear the house in this case?
We did. We cleared the entire house. Didn't find anyone else inside besides Miss Parcel.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
And was it functioning properly
Correct.
that day?
It was.
Have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That has my body camera on it. I signed it there.
Those your initials right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is this your body camera that you were wearing that day?
Yes, sir.
When you made a call to 122 Cambridge?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit A comes in evidence.
All right. Master Deputy, I'm going to show you this body camera and we can start and stop it. I want you to kind of walk us through what you're doing and what you see
Okay.
as you're going through and you're clearing the scene with Officer Brookshire.
Yes.
So what is that there?
That's us arriving on scene, or me arriving on scene, to 122 Cambridge.
All right, and so is that the first time you saw this location?
Yes, sir.
And are those the two cars right there that you can see the silver one in the front,
Correct. Yes, sir.
and there was a red one behind it, I believe? All right, is that where you encountered Mr. Post?
Yes, sir, initially.
And what is Mr. Post doing?
He was making a phone call. I'm not sure exactly who he was on the phone with. And we're just I'm getting basic information from him, kind of figured out what was going on, kind of what he saw, and what
Are you
kind of
gathering
like-
information from Mr. Post?
yeah, just basic information, try to figure out exactly what we have.
Now you have audio on your body camera, don't you?
Yes, sir.
We're not playing the audio for these purposes.
Okay. So yeah, just basic information, trying to figure out, when was the last time he talked to her, things like that. I could see that he was, dressed nicely. He wasn't, there's nothing on him like where there's been a struggle or anything like that too. So he didn't seem like he was in a hurry. So it seemed like she was deceased, just according to his body language, if that makes sense.
And so where are you going down here? The side of the house?
Yes, sir. He pointed us to the back. This is the back door. He said that that was always unlocked, and that's where he made entry. So this is where we decided to go because we knew that this door was more than likely unlocked, having good access to the house.
So is this your first entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Post tell you which door he entered into the house?
He did. He said he come in the back door because he said they always kept it unlocked. So, and that was the door that we decided to make.
So the
entry
door
to.
being open right there was not concerning to you?
No, because he already said he was already in it. He had already been through, and that's where he went in. So I'm just talking to Master Deputy Brookshire here. We're just kind of talking back and forth about what we see inside the house, kind of what each other is going to do, kind of your primary job responsibility, and that's all standard.
And in clearing the house, what is the purpose of clearing the house?
One, to secure any kind of evidence, and also make sure there's no one else inside, maybe no other victims or the suspect as well.
So where is Deputy Brookshire?
He's to my right. He's holding on. There's a hallway on the right side of the
And
house.
so where did you just see right there?
Miss Parcel's body.
Okay, so that was the room where you found Christina Parcel?
Correct, in the front living room area.
And y'all continue to search the house for any suspects?
Yes, sir. We're just continuing to clear. I had him hold the hallway, and I kind of just moved up and cleared, kind of behind him, up to him, and then we started clearing the bedrooms down the hallway. We're just sitting there just kind of talking our way through this, kind of, hey, what do you see?
And are you conscious not to disturb any part of the crime scene as well, as best you can?
Correct. Try not to touch anything. Obviously, opening the doors or whatnot, we kind of have to push them open. But we're not kind of rummaging through anything or opening any drawers, or we're just looking for humans at this point. So the big areas where somebody could hide.
Just continue to clear the house.
Yes, sir. I believe that was the last bedroom that we cleared at that point. I believe I come out and we secure the house so nobody goes in or out.
Now, are you corresponding with other officers outside the house as well about what's going on? Are you reporting back to anybody?
Talking on the radio, just kind of letting them know what we have at this point, getting a supervisor on the way. They always respond to these kind of incidents.
Is that the front door right there to your right?
Yes, sir.
That's not the door you entered into.
No, sir. That's the front door to the residence that leads into the front living room area that Ms. Parcel was located in. At this point, I'm just checking to make sure there's no signs of life. If we need to render any kind of medical aid. Looking for any kind of weapons to make sure it wouldn't, she did it to harm herself too.
And then now are y'all exiting
The back door.
the back door? So so did you cut your body camera off about that time? Let me ask you this. That's about when you finished clearing the house.
Correct.
All right. Your body camera still continues to operate.
Correct.
Do you remember what you did after you cleared the house?
Went back and talked to Mr. Post, got some basic information, names, kind of the last time he spoke with her, things like that. And just waited on everybody else to show up.
Did y'all begin putting crime scene tape up?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of things.
Yes, sir. Just locking down the house, making sure nobody goes in or out, just to keep the crime scene preserved best we could.
And as far as Mr. Post is concerned, did he appear to have any blood on him? Anything like that?
No, he was dressed pretty nicely that day. Sports coat, nice slacks.
He'll just answer any questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Yeah, please report. Just curious, Deputy Robinson, at the time this happened, were you a master deputy?
I was.
You talked a little bit about some of the comments Mr. Post made to you after you arrived on scene. You testified to that in direct examination. I want to talk about some of those comments. Master Deputy Robinson, isn't it true that roughly about a minute, 25 seconds in to your body camera, Mr. Post told you that he was there every day, or practically every day?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, he's moved in the body camera. There was no exception as it relates to the audio. The whole video and audio is in.
Overruled. So, if I remember correctly, yeah, I mean, he says he's there often.
Isn't it true that roughly at about 12 minutes and 45 seconds in, somewhere in there, Mr. Post told you that he did not at that point feel comfortable continuing to talk to you? Do you remember that?
I do when I was asking questions.
And isn't it true that while you were talking to him, he directed you to another deputy, a Deputy Dan Bevel, who might know more about the situation? Is that true? Do you remember that? At about 13 minutes and 35 seconds in, roughly.
I believe that was with a different case.
But while you were there that day, isn't it true that Mr. Post directed you to Deputy Bevel as someone who might know more about this case? Is that true?
Not about this direct case, but I guess he's been involved with the victim before.
At some point, was Mr. Post placed in the back of a patrol car that day?
He was, you know, he was the first one to find her, so standard procedure just to kind of detain him until investigators could arrive and speak with him.
And at the time, isn't it true that strike that. 1 second. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. You redirect.
No redirection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls Bradley Post.
you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Bradley Post.
Good afternoon, Mr. Post. Where do you currently reside?
Greenville County Detention Center.
And have you been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Do you know the victim in this case, Christina Parcel?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We dated and were engaged on and off about 6 years.
And about when did y'all start dating?
2016.
And in 2016, where were y'all living?
I was living at my house in Rivoli Lane. She was living in her house or apartment. I don't remember what she had at the time.
Were you aware of a child custody dispute between Christina Parcel and John Mello?
Yes.
And was this custody dispute ongoing from 2016 up until 2021?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the child custody dispute?
I would listen to her talk. Sometimes I'd assist her to go to an attorney, whatever, but, she'd just tell me about what it was.
Was it contentious?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Was there a lot going on in it?
Yes.
Was John Mello fighting very hard from his perspective?
Yes.
And Christina was fighting as well?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Christina was living on October 13th, 2021?
On Cambridge Drive.
Is that 122 Cambridge?
Yes.
And do you know who was living at that house at that time?
Yes.
Who was living there?
Her sister and her daughter and her.
Okay, what is her sister's name?
Tina.
Tina Parcel?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to go to that house?
Yes.
And would Christina Parcel go to your house on Rivoli Lane?
Yes, sometimes.
And what kind of car was Christina driving at that time?
Lexus.
And who owned that car?
It was mine.
All right. Did you offer her to be able to drive that car?
Yes.
And did Christina Parcel have a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you assist her with the payments on that cell phone?
She had actually 2 cell phones. She had her own sometimes and mine also. Yes.
Did y'all communicate
Yes.
between those 2 phones? Do you know about when Christina moved to Cambridge?
I would have to think about it. I'm thinking maybe April, May, somewhere in that time frame.
And did you have the occasion, as part of the child custody dispute, did Christina Parcel have to go to Italy?
Yes.
And do you know the circumstances surrounding why she would have to go to Italy to get her
Yes.
child? Can you tell the jury what your understanding of those circumstances were?
Mr. Mello kidnapped the daughter and left the country.
Do you know about when that was? If you can't remember, it's not.
It was probably 6 months before April,
Okay.
whatever that works out to be.
Okay, and as a result of that, what did Christina do when Aida moved to Italy with John Mello?
She found out where he was located. She contacted her congressman and the State Department and the FBI.
And did she attempt to attain the return of Aida back to the United States?
Yes,
How did she do that?
through the State Department. I think it was the Hague Agreement.
And did Christina actually fly over to Italy?
Yes,
Do you know how many times?
twice.
And were you assisting her and helping her throughout this process?
What do you mean?
Financially, were you helping her?
Some, but she was receiving contributions and reimbursements from those organizations that help women like that.
Women obtain the return of their children who've been
That's correct.
taken abroad.
Yes,
And so did you emotionally support her? Are you involved? Did she tell you what's going on?
yes,
And so do you remember did Christina ever get the return of her daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
April, May timeframe of the year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm going to take you back to October 13th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you tell us what you did that day, starting in the morning?
Well, she had a job interview and
She is Christina Parcel?
yes, Christina Parcel had a job interview. Typically, when she had something critical, I would call and try to make sure she was up. She was. And then when she was driving to the interview, she called me and we talked for a while. And then she was a couple minutes from her interview, and so she hung up.
As far as you know, did she go to that interview?
Yes.
And then when she was at that interview, what did you do?
Generic things, common things around the house, had to clean up and do laundry and dishes and things like that.
And then did you ever attempt to contact Christina?
Yes.
About when did you attempt to try and contact her?
I think it's around 11 o'clock, plus or minus somewhere in there.
And so how did you do that?
By phone?
And were you successful?
No.
So as a result of your unsuccessful attempt to contact her, what'd you do?
I thought I should probably go over and see how she's doing.
And did you do that?
I did.
How did you get there?
I drove my car,
What kind of car did you drive?
Mercedes.
Is it red?
Yes.
When you drove over there, where'd you park it?
In their driveway.
And when you arrived to 122 Canebrake, what did you do?
I went to the front door and rang the doorbell.
And were you able to enter?
No, she didn't answer.
So then what did you do?
I walked around the back door because frequently they'd leave the back door unlocked. And I walked into the back door.
This jury just saw the body camera of Chris Robinson. Did you see him go in the house?
See who?
Deputy Chris Robinson, the officer who you spoke to, the first person you spoke to on scene.
I may have, but I don't recall who he was because there were several people
And the
there.
door that he used, was it the door that you used to enter? Do you know what door he used?
I think they went through the front door. No, they might have gone to the back door. That's right.
And is that the door that you used to enter
Yes,
the house?
yes.
So you did enter the house?
Again, I'm not sure whether it was the front door or the back door that they entered.
And so what did you do when you walked inside the house?
It was dark, quiet, and so I walked back to, down the hallway to see if she was in the bathroom or the shower, and it was all dark. And I looked on the floor, and right at the entrance of the living room and off that hallway, there were petals from like a rose. And as I looked into the room, and I saw her on her back.
And when you saw her on her back, was there a lot of blood around the room?
Yes.
What did you do?
I walked over and yelled at her and then called 911.
And when you called 911, what were you requesting?
I told them who I was and where I was, and we needed, I guess, an ambulance or and the police assistance.
At this time, on October 13th, did you know where John Nola was located?
I assumed he was in Italy.
All right. Mr. Post, I'm going to show you some envelopes. I'm going to refer you sort of back to around June of that same year, 2021. And I'm going to show you some envelopes and ask you if you recognize these envelopes. And I'm going to show you States Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. I want to make sure the jury can hear me, okay? I'm going
Yes.
to stand this way. I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how you came in contact with this document.
It was mailed to me.
Say it again. I think-
It was mailed to me.
Okay. And is your name on it?
Yes,
And the return address is a PO box. Whose PO box is that?
it's also my PO box.
And when about was it mailed to you?
June 30th. June 30th.
Did you receive other envelopes as well?
Yes.
Okay. Tell this jury about how that happened.
Be a little more specific.
So tell this jury you received an envelope. What did you do once you received it? And did you receive other envelopes? Question.
I received the envelope. I opened it because it was very suspicious, with my return address. And I looked at it, and then I called my attorney.
Why did you call your attorney?
Because of the contents inside.
Can you describe the contents?
Yes, there were naked pictures of Miss Parcel. And if I remember right, there was a mailing list of which would kind of indicate that they were going to be sent also to those locations.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. Is that a similar envelope as well?
Yes.
And did you open all these envelopes?
No, I did not.
On State's Exhibit 2, what is the address that it was mailed to?
It was mailed to me, but my name was misspelled.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3, another envelope.
Yes.
And is it a similar envelope to the other ones that you received?
Yes.
And what is the address on that?
I'm 24. It's 25. It was my neighbor's.
So 25 is your neighbor's house.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. You recognize that envelope?
Yes.
Where was that envelope?
It was sent to an establishment that I spent a lot of time with.
And what is the return address on there?
It's mine.
How did you obtain this one if it was sent to another establishment?
I had known since the very first one that others may be sent to people. And so since I knew the owner very well, I told him that he may be receiving an envelope with those dimensions. And I said, if he does, I'd appreciate a call back.
And State's Exhibit 5? Is that another envelope?
Yes,
And what is the address there?
my address.
And the return address is,
My PO box.
and State's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
What address is that one?
It's 22, which is another neighbor.
So after you received and collected all of these envelopes, what did you do with them?
I talked to my attorney and we set up a meeting.
All right. And after you talked to your attorney and set up a meeting, what did he suggest y'all do?
That we would meet with the county investigator, we did with Mr. Bevel, and also to talk to the post office since they were sent through the mail.
And did you in fact have that meeting with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
Was to give them what we call evidence, or the things that we were sent, and ask them what we should do next.
And were you in essence filing a complaint with law enforcement for a potential crime?
I don't understand the question.
Were you going to law enforcement in an effort to give them evidence of a potential crime?
Yes.
And when you're meeting with law enforcement, you say Detective Daniel Bevel
Mhm.
and Mike Nicholson with the Postal Inspector's Office. Did you tell them how you obtained these items?
Yes.
And did you discuss who you thought might send them?
Yes.
And who did you tell law enforcement that might send these photos or had possession of these photos?
Well, we thought we knew who, of course, was behind them, but we weren't sure who sent them because he was supposedly out of the country.
So who did you tell the detectives had possession of those photos of Christina Parcel without any clothes on?
Mr. Mello,
That's John Mello,
yes,
and that is who she was engaging in a child custody dispute with over Ida Mello?
yes.
Now, finally, Mr. Post, I'm going to ask you, have you ever met Zachary Hughes?
No,
Have you ever talked to Zachary Hughes?
no,
Have you ever corresponded him with, in any way, shape, or form through email, social media, or the like?
no.
When was the first time you knew who Zachary Hughes was?
When my attorney said to me to come see me, and he showed me a picture and said this person was arrested for the murder.
For the murder of Christina Parcel?
That's correct.
And a couple more questions, Mr. Post. You and Christina Parcel were engaged.
Yes,
Did you give her a diamond ring?
I did.
Was she wearing it that day on October 13th, 2021?
Yes,
And on that day, did you provide her or give her any flowers the day before or that day?
no,
Didn't give her any roses or anything like that, did you?
no.
Mr. Post, did you just answer any questions that the defense counsel asked for you?
Thank you, Honor. So, Mr. Post, just first question, you just mentioned that you were engaged and that she was wearing the ring. Do you remember telling law enforcement on the day this happened that she wasn't wearing a ring?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Okay, you don't recall saying that?
No.
You remember, now you're saying you remember seeing her with the ring?
Yes,
Okay. You were also asked if you've been charged with a crime. It's actually 9 charges, is it not?
correct.
Ask you about some background questions about yourself. So how old are you?
69,
What's your date of birth?
12856,
And where are you from?
Ohio,
When did you move to South Carolina?
July of, I think, 89.
What brought you to South Carolina?
Employment.
Are you married?
Was I married at the
Were you
time?
married?
Yes,
And how many times have you been married?
twice.
Do you have any children?
No,
How are you making a living in October of 2021?
I was retired, so I was from my investments and interest.
And also from selling a business?
Yes,
Okay. And did you make a lot of money from selling the business?
I don't know what your definition of a lot of money is.
What's your definition? I mean, did you have millions of dollars?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
All right, so when did you actually meet Christina Parcel?
I met her at her father's cigar shop. Gosh, I can't, 20 years prior.
And you actually dated for a period of time back then?
Again, that's the definition of date. Yes, we went to lunch or dinner, but it was only a couple of weeks and that was it.
And why did you all break up at that time?
It just, wasn't chemistry and we both had other things to do.
All right, and then you reconnected then in about 2016, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you began dating again at that time?
Soon after.
Had you seen her much in the years between?
No.
Had you seen her at all?
Prior 10 years, no, I hadn't even hear her name.
And then you began dating at this time. Now, Parcel, Ms. Parcel had a daughter at that time, is that right?
That's correct.
You've already testified her name was Aida. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how old was Aida when they began dating?
I don't know if I defined it when I dating, but when I saw her for the first time in 2016, I think she was 3.
And she gave up custody of Aida shortly after y'all started dating?
I don't know the exact date, but she did change the custody arrangement.
And you at this time did not know Aida's father, John Mellon? Correct?
I knew of him because I was, told, but no, prior to coming, no, I didn't.
Prior to meeting or getting back together with Ms. Parcel, you did not?
Correct.
know Mr. Mello. Okay. And did you break up during the period of time between 2016 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times would you say you broke up?
I really don't know many,
Okay, more than 5?
maybe not. Somewhere I never counted it.
And that was at least in part because of the turbulence that was caused by the custody battle between Ms. Parcel and John Mello?
It was part of it because it was becoming front and center of her life. So it affected a lot.
Okay, but you would continue to get back together. There's multiple times you broke up.
Eventually, yes.
Yep. And how long have you lived at 24 Rivoli Lane?
7, 8 years.
And you mentioned Ms. Parcel and Ida were living with her sister, Tina, on Canebrake Drive.
That's correct.
Where did they live before that?
There was an apartment off of Woodruff.
Okay. And the 3 lived together there too?
Yes.
And did you live with anyone at Rivoli Lane?
I don't understand the question.
Did anyone live with you at Rivoli Lane?
No.
Lived there alone. Was it, I guess there was one exception that when Ms. Parcel moved in with you from October 20 until Ida returned?
She didn't really move in. She would stay with me because she always had a house or an apartment that was hers.
Okay. When did you and Ms. Parcel get engaged?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. And did you remember getting engaged at least the second time at the airport, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was when Ms. Parcel returned with Ida.
That's correct.
And there was quite a group around there when you got engaged, right?
That's correct.
Who all was there?
Friends, her parents. Some of the friends I knew, some of the friends I didn't.
Okay, and this was at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport?
That's correct.
Okay, when Ms. Parcel returned from Italy with Ida.
Yes.
You mentioned letting Ms. Parcel use your Lexus. You would help her financially in other ways as well, right?
She used my car when hers was broken or she needed to get one because she had her own car.
And you would pay her credit card bill sometimes?
Sometimes.
You actually gave her a credit card of your own?
Yes, whenever she was buying for me and buying my groceries, yes.
Okay. Do you recall being able to have power of attorney over her bank account at the bank and travel address?
I don't recall giving power of attorney.
You don't recall having her power of attorney? over
I don't
that account?
recall it.
Now, you had a clone of her phone as well, correct?
That's correct.
So this phone that you had of hers would keep track of everything that was going on in her phone. In other words, it was an actual clone. You could see her incoming and outgoing emails and texts and all of that. Is that not right?
No, it wasn't an exact clone. There were certain applications that we could see. But it was mainly for her bills and to make sure that she got home at night.
Okay, but you mentioned also you would use an app called Life 360 to keep track of her too, right?
Yes, and that was on my phone.
Okay, so that was on your phone. That wasn't on it. So the clone phone was for keeping track of what she's doing with her.
It might have been, but I don't remember if it was on that one. So like I said, she had 2 phones at several times, hers and mine.
And what methods did you use to communicate back and forth by texting and that sort of thing?
Call, text, email.
Okay, do you remember what platform you would use to communicate?
At the end, we were using one called Signal, knowing that her future, with Mr. Mello, there was something going to happen. And so we used Signal, which we didn't use very long because it was very difficult to use.
Okay. And you mentioned that Ms. Ms. Parcel gave up custody of Ida a few months after y'all started dating?
Yes,
And she gave up custody to John Mel.
that's correct.
And then at some point, she changed her mind and decided she wanted custody, correct?
Yes,
And around how old was Ida when she did that?
when she turned over the custody,
No, when she, I think you already told us that Ida was 3 or 4, but I think 3 when she gave up custody.
yes,
How old was Ida when she tried to get custody back?
I don't recall.
Was it years, months after she gave up custody?
I don't recall the time, I just remember the instances that caused her to do it.
Okay, and that was because of her contentious relationship with Mr. Mello.
Yes,
Now, when John Mello took Aida to Italy, testified somewhat about that already, but that was around October of 2020, correct?
I think so, but I'm
Does
not
that sound
sure.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Does October 2020 sound right?
Yeah, I'd have to get a calendar and work backwards, but yeah,
And you mentioned that when she finally came back, it was in April
yes,
of 21.
yes.
And they were in the Canebrake house at that point?
No, I think they were in the apartment and then moved to the Canebrake house almost immediately.
Okay. Now, you used the term kidnap. You are aware that John Mello was exonerated for that,
Afterwards,
right?
but not when he was there. He was found guilty by Italy, the state of Italy, and had to return her.
Okay, well, maybe we're using distinctions here, but he was found to have to give her over to Christina, but he wasn't found guilty of any crimes.
That I don't know.
He didn't go to jail.
That I don't know.
Okay. But when he came back here, you were aware that he was exonerated for taking Aida to Italy, right?
After Miss Parcel was dead, yes.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with it. He was
Has
exonerated.
everything to do with it.
He was exonerated for having taken Aida to Italy because he had custody of Aida. Isn't that true?
Ask your question again.
Your objections outside the scope of his knowledge.
This is what they were asking for. So John Mello had custody of Aida when he took her to Italy.
Yes. That didn't mean she could be taken out of the country without the mother knowing.
Okay, well, you know, the court's exonerated him for that.
But you know that the Hague Agreement returned her.
Well, I'm talking about in South Carolina.
Mhm.
So for him taking Aida to Italy, since he had custody, he was exonerated for having taken her to Italy.
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when he took her to Italy, you and Ms. Parcel spent some time trying to find where they were by looking at Facebook and Google and things like that. Is that right?
The context of what you're saying, I don't agree with, but yes, it was quickly found where he was.
Okay. Well, you can explain the answer if you need to.
Mr. Mello likes to use Facebook, and he posted a picture of his daughter to kind of show off that he had her in Italy. In the background, there was a poster that showed where he was.
Okay. And then at that point is when Ms. Parcel took all the steps that you talked about trying to get her to go back. Correct?
Correct.
And you did mention that you helped her with that.
When I could.
And you were helping pay her legal bills. And I know you had an agreement where she was going to eventually pay you back, but you were giving her money for attorneys.
Sometimes when she needed it because she was working.
Okay. She made 2 trips to Italy, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the first time she was gone a couple of weeks,
I don't recall being that long, but it was more than a week.
and Lutina, her sister, went with her the first time.
Yes,
And then the second time she went back by herself,
correct.
and that's when she returned from with Aida, and then you proposed to her.
Yes.
Okay, now, I want to ask you a little bit about the packages. So, State's Exhibit number 1 is the one that's dated
the 30th of June of 2021. And that's the first one that you received, is that right?
I think so. I just have to look at the dates, but yes, the earliest.
Okay. And this was mailed to your house. And there also were some that were mailed to other locations, but intended for you. Is that right?
I don't think it was immediately, no. That was sent like a warning.
Okay. Well, that was sent first, but where was the other one sent that was intended for you?
To my neighbors and to a place that I frequented.
Okay, that was a cigar bar called Outlands?
Yes.
The contents of that have been described, you described as photographs of Miss Parcel.
Yes.
And you said they were naked photographs, right?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the other materials that were in there?
I think there was like a potential mailing list of where else it was being sent, like a threat.
And do you recall one of the pieces of paper that was sent to you being a website purportedly from her?
I don't recall it was there, but I was shown that it was.
Okay. And it's a website labeled Escort Advertising and Discussion?
I don't know.
Did you not look at it at that time?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. Were you aware of all of this about her past when,
What are you referring to past? It was the pictures that Mr. Mello had taken that they were using.
we're talking about the website.
Same thing on the website. I was told it was the same pictures.
That was what you were told.
That's what I was told.
Okay. Well, the website doesn't have pictures associated with it, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Did you read the contents of it?
No.
Why did you not read those? Why did you not read the information that was in the package that was sent?
Because I knew it was a threat. He was constantly trying to separate us and get me to not assist her.
One moment, please. Come here, we approach. Sure. Nothing else for this witness at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the staff?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
This witness may step down.
May it please the court, we just want to have this witness remain under subpoena.
Under subpoena?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
McKinnis.
All right, Ms. McKinnis, with who are you employed?
Right now with Fetch Pet Insurance.
And what did you do back in October of 2021?
I was working at Valley Walk Animal Hospital as practice manager.
And what does a practice manager do?
Just manages day-to-day operations, hiring, firings, inventory, stuff like that.
And where is that practice located?
In Greer, South Carolina.
And on October 13th, 2021, did you have the occasion to interview Christina Parcel?
Yes, I did.
Do you know about what time she arrived and you interviewed her?
It was 8:30 that morning.
And how do you know that?
I did watch the video footage, verifying it, but I also had it on my calendar from back then to verify too.
So, yeah, so the actual interview was interviewed from inside y'all's cameras?
Yes, it was.
And you went back and reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
And so what time did Christina Parcel arrive to the veterinary clinic?
Right around 8:30
All right. And what was she interviewing for?
for a veterinary technician role.
And what does a vet technician do?
Basically, like what a nurse does for a doctor, just draws blood, vaccines, stuff like that.
And about what time did that interview conclude?
She left at 8:47.
That's all I have for this witness.
Anything in cross?
Just very briefly, Ms. McKinnis, is that right?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions for you. Was that a full-time position that she was interviewing for?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Were you aware that she was already employed?
Yes, I was at the time.
Okay.
That was one of the questions I asked her.
Okay. Do you know why she was looking for another job?
I didn't ask her that.
Okay. But it was a full-time position that she was looking for.
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor, and she can be released from proceedings. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We are going to stop and have a lunch break, and I'm going to ask for y'all to return at 2 o'clock. I told you I'm going to be a broken record, but just like I said yesterday, you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, doing any kind of investigation, any research of anyone involved in this case by any means. You're not to look at any social media. I told you yesterday, if you've got notifications on your phone, hopefully you've turned those off, but please do so. And I just respectfully ask that. As I told you, I am going to randomly ask if you have had watched or seen anything during the course of this trial. Again, I remind you, it is important to the integrity of this trial, the justice and fairness to the defendant and the state that you only consider evidence which comes in through this courtroom. And again, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves until I tell you that you can do so, okay? I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back at 2 o'clock. The defendant and the state
the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Kaylin Ford.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that for the Albuquerque Police Department?
About 2 years
Where were you working in 2021?
here at Greenville County Forensics
And what specific role?
as a forensic technician.
And could you describe for the jury, what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
So we respond to crime scenes within the county limits. Depending on the crime scene, we can do things such as take photographs, process for fingerprints, collect evidence, just depending on what that specific scene is.
So it's safe to say that collection of evidence on specific crime scenes is one of your primary roles.
Correct.
And same thing would be taking pictures in accordance with that?
Yes,
Were you in that role on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
And how are you involved with the present case specifically related to the crime scene on October 13th of 2021?
I was the primary crime scene investigator for this case.
Okay. So you were tasked with processing the home at 122 Canebrake?
I was.
And in your role as a forensic technician, are you subjected to trainings and continued education for that role?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in science and forensic and investigative science. In the past, I've held certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis and fingerprint analysis, and I am currently part of a specialized unit called the Major Crime Scene Team in Albuquerque that responds to all homicides and officer-involved incidents.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you process in a given year?
I would say over 400.
So can you describe for this jury, specifically related to October 13th of 2021, what your process was on arriving at 122 Canebrake and steps you took with your specific role?
So when I arrived on scene, I met with officers and detectives on scene just to get a brief run through of what was going on. After that point, myself and officers did an initial walkthrough of the scene just to see the layout of the house and where things were located.
So when you're doing the layout of the house and going through there, did you take photographs of the outside of the house?
Yes,
And if I show those to you, would you recognize them?
I would.
Let's show defense counsel what is States Exhibit 69 through 84. First witness was 69 through 84. Could you take your time, review those, and let me know if those are the pictures that you took of the outside of the Canebrake home?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the exterior.
So that was what the Canebrake home looked like when you arrived on the scene October 13th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence States Exhibit 69 through 84.
Counsel? No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 69 through 84. Ms. Ford, I'm going to go through these with you. And if you like, I have a pointer here. You need to use it. Starting with States Exhibit 69.
69. Okay. What is State's Exhibit 69 a picture of?
So that is a photograph of the gray Lexus that was parked in the driveway.
Were you able to identify in the course of the investigation there who was driving the gray Lexus that day?
Yes, it was the victim.
Showing State's Exhibit 70.
That was the red Mercedes that was parked in the driveway as well.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Mr. Post.
State's Exhibit 71.
That is the front side of the residence showing the windows along the front door.
72.
That is a close-up of the front door.
73.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
74.
That is the gate on the right side of the residence. If you're standing facing it from the roadway, I'm just showing the gate into the backyard area.
So is that, are you staring at Canebrake Drive there?
Yes,
Is that the red Mercedes in the driveway?
yes.
75.
That is the photograph of the back or side door of the residence.
And at this time, had the initial deputies already gone through the house?
Yes,
76.
that is a photograph of the backyard.
And so would this be looking to the opposite side that we were just reviewing where the driveway,
Yeah.
away from the driveway?
Yes, away from the driveway.
77.
That is a photograph of you standing at that gate that we just viewed, looking at the end of the the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
We're going to go to State's Exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
So that's looking into the backyard.
Yes,
81.
that is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second-story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second-story porch on the back side of the house.
Now you called it a nook.
Yes,
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
no, you cannot.
And if I'm standing, let me go back to State's Exhibit 78. In the backyard there, what was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was
Or how close in proximity were other neighbors?
They weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit 83.
So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
State's Exhibit 84.
And now we've moved out into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing there taking State's Exhibit 84, could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
After reviewing the outside of the house, did you thereafter go inside the house and do the same process of taking photographs and reviewing the inside the house?
Yes,
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 40, let me get this right. states 38 through 62, and states 63 and 66. Showing you the same. Could you please review those and let me know if those are the photos you took?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
So that was the state of the scene when you entered that day?
Yes.
Now, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 38 through 62, as well as 63 and 66.
I'm sorry, you're on one moment. Your Honor, just subject to our objections that we discussed earlier and the reasons behind so on exhibits 63 and 66, no other objection.
Okay, and you're protected on the record. So, 38 through 62, the evidence as well as 63 and 66.
Okay, same thing, Board, I'm gonna go through these with you one by one and walk through the house with you. Showing you State's Exhibit 40.
So that is a photograph of the interior side of the front door, which is in a room that I referred to in my report as the front sitting room.
The city.
Yes.
Exhibit 38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing that it was in the locked position.
Exhibit 39.
So this is a photograph of the interior of that front sitting room where you can see the victim and you can see some apparent drag marks as well.
It's Exhibit 41.
That is just a different view of the same thing, showing there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the pulling underneath the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right there is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks.
Yes.
In this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you derived that based on the pattern of the blood that is displayed in this photo?
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right here are what we refer to as drip stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
When you said you identified some flowers or flower stems in this photograph, could you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 42.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does that stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of portrayed to me.
Are fingernails something you commonly collect in processing a murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it became apparent that we would really need to focus on those fingernails.
Showing you State's Exhibit 49.
So this is another photograph of that far wall in the sitting room, again, just showing that blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph, you can also see some more of the rose petals and the leaves that are leading into the hallway.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see, but it is right there in that blood pool.
Right here?
Yes.
Were you able to collect it?
Yes, it was collected.
Who did you subsequently give it to?
I gave it to Investigator Struckman.
I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch.
Yes.
There. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood as it relates to the couch?
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that a major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there that also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 50.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the flower stems that were partially located underneath of that orange pillow and underneath the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter that was caused. The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves that are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
State's Exhibit 45.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
So that's the hallway looking towards the front door.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 43.
So this is a photograph of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located in the hallway as well.
State's Exhibit 47.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again, just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
So inside, that is the sitting room in that room.
Correct.
Show you State's Exhibit 51.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located. And it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it onto that table.
State's Exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing, and showing that the rose petals were also inside of her purse.
Ms. Ford, approximately how many murder scenes have you processed?
Say close to 150.
You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just gonna go back really quick to 52. To the location of these flowers, were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
Inside the items on top of the table?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 53.
So that's just another vantage point from the sitting room of all of the rose petals and the leaves that were located in that doorway.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 54.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the wall by the curtains on that front wall of the sitting room.
Were the curtains opened or closed?
The curtains were closed.
55.
So that is a close-up just with scale of that blood stain. That blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
57.
This shows those blood drips that I was referring to earlier near that gray chair. The reason that those are so significant is because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over that area of the floor when that blood drop was created.
58. Where is this in that room?
That is over by the wall where those curtains and windows are located.
And that's the same, you're talking about the angle with which this blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying the drag marks were in the earlier exhibits.
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion from gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a thing.
I would object to the opinion testimony that's being offered. I mean, this witness has not been offered as an expert, nor do crime scene tech suspects get offered as or qualified as experts. The pictures all speak for themselves, so I would object to opinion testimony being offered.
She's testified to her experience in processing hundreds of these scenes and the training she's had. While this is not being offered as expert testimony, she's speaking to her rationally based perception of the angle that these blood droplets came from. As to Mr. Moyer's concern, it's right for cross-examination if he wants to offer a contrary opinion or pry into why she derives her opinion, but she's simply speaking to her experience.
I'm going to overrule your objection. It's noted.
So as I was saying, those blood drops were most likely created from an object or a thing that was in that area.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 60.
So that is showing a clump of hair suspected to be the victim's that was found in an area of blood in the sitting room.
Is that area of blood what you described as the drag marks?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 62.
So that is a blood stain that was located on that interior side of the front door. That is once again what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object that had blood on it touched a surface that did not.
Finally, State's Exhibit 66.
So this is a photograph of that front sitting room again, where you can see the victim that's located at the end of that drag trail. And additionally, another smaller pool of blood, just signifying that wounds were still bleeding at that time.
So you spoke to flowers that were found at the crime scene. Did you collect those and identify those?
I did.
If I showed you pictures of those, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Show defense counsel what's marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Showing you what is State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Are those photographs that you took of the flowers, or some of the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection 85 through 93 comes into evidence.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 86.
So that is a bundle, those are bundled stems with a rubber band that were located underneath of that orange pillow in the living room.
So that rubber band is on those stems?
Yes.
On collection?
Yes.
87?
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves.
89?
So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
You said wildflower.
Yes, it is a wildflower.
That's
Correct.
not a rose?
No.
State's Exhibit 90.
That is just a close-up of that same wildflower, just showing the coloring on it.
I'm going to expand on that a little bit. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 93. Are those the same stem?
No,
So the stem on the right is not a rose?
no, it's a wildflower.
State's Exhibit 90.
Just another close-up of that wildflower.
Approximately how many of the wildflowers did you collect?
I'm not sure.
6, say several.
Yes.
In your processing of the house and looking through everything, did you find any vases,
No, I did not.
containers for flowers?
No.
And in processing that house, I assume, did you take several collections for potentially DNA testing or blood testing?
Yes.
What about fingerprint lifting?
Yes.
Now, if someone's wearing gloves, do they leave fingerprints?
No.
After you process the scene, what are your next steps upon leaving Cane Road?
So I secured all the evidence that I collected, and then the next day I responded to the autopsy.
Okay. Did you take some pictures at the autopsy?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 and 110. Exhibit 109 and 110. Are these two of the photographs you took at the autopsy?
Yes.
What do they show?
They're showing the decedent's left hand, which contains her engagement ring.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 109 and 110.
Without objection.
Without objection, whatever.
What are your duties when you're at the autopsy? What kind of things are you doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs of the victim and their injuries, as well as collecting clothing, DNA swabs, otherwise known as buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, head hair samples, and pubic hair samples.
Did you collect buccal swabs and fingernail clippings from Miss Parcel?
I did.
If I showed you those collections, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94, 95, 96, and 97. Showing you 94, 95, 96, and 97. Starting with 94. What is 94?
94 is the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand.
And could you describe for the jury, when you're taking these fingernail clippings at an autopsy, what is that process like?
So we have a sterile set of nail clippers that we remove from the packaging. We then place a piece of paper towel underneath of the victim's hands. I use those fingernail clippers to clip the clippings from her left hand. And then I do the same process with a different paper towel from her right hand. Those are packaged individually. And then the fingernail clippers are packaged and submitted as well.
And is that what you did here?
Yes.
With both her right and her left hand with respect to 94 and 95?
Yes.
What about 96 and 97? What are those?
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from the victim at the autopsy.
I know we've had some testimony to that effect, but what exactly did you do there to collect those?
So we take a sterile cotton swab and we swab the inside of the person's cheek to collect those cheek cells and get DNA from them.
You collected 2 of those?
I did.
All right, this time the state moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 94 through 97.
No, I object to the introduction at this time, in that the chain of custody has not been established. These are fungible items, so it would not be proper until the chain is established.
Will you be putting them in later to another witness?
We'll have testimony to another witness, but she is the collector of these items.
Well, until that time, they'll just remain armed.
Understood.
Put them in.
On taking these samples, being the fingernail samples and the buccal swabs, what thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Presumably for testing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Just about those flowers that were talked about quite a bit during your testimony. First off, the ones that you testified are not roses. Was any determination made as to what particular species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers,
When you say wildflowers, what exactly do you mean by that?
things that you could just find in someone's yard,
Okay,
just wildly grown in a field.
okay, and that's just based on your training, or is that based on just your experience of just knowing about flowers? over
Just
the years?
experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay, and the way they were positioned in the house, they were just kind of randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered, yes.
Yes, I mean, they weren't in any kind of arrangement or pattern or anything like that.
Yep, they were just scattered.
Okay, one moment. Oh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, when I said scattered, we're talking about the roses and the wildflowers. They were just randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered throughout the front sitting room area, yes.
Okay, and so they went basically out into the hallway just a little bit, but it was mainly in that area where the deceased was found. right?
Yes, there were some in the front of the sitting room, and then there were some located near the decedent as well.
Okay. And again, not in any kind of pattern or arrangement or anything like that?
No.
That's all, thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. We would ask to recall this witness at a later time.
And that would be allowed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Eric Turner.
Please stop at the end of the bench, sir. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Eric Turner.
And Mr. What is your rank?
I'm a deputy.
Deputy?
Yes, sir.
And who do you work with?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I work in the school enforcement unit. I'm a school resource officer for several elementary schools in Greenville County on the east side.
And is that typically called an SRO?
It is.
That's
Yes,
school
sir.
resource officer?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Turner, I'm going to refer you back to October 13th in 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you called out for 122 canebrake?
I responded out there. Yes, sir.
Can you tell this jury how you responded?
Sure. I was in between schools. I had just left one. Let me go back. At the time, I had 4 elementary schools. So I had just left a school and was actually headed to Buena Vista, right near where the scene was. And so on my way, the call came out. I was close by. I said, hey, I'll run by there and check on it. It's right there at my school. I just want to make sure there wasn't any threat towards my school. So I responded there, notified dispatch that I was on the way.
About what time did you arrive to the location?
Within, I don't know the exact time, within just a few minutes of the call coming out, I was right behind the first arriving deputy. He was already out of his car.
And once you got there, what did you do?
I stood by with a gentleman later identified as Mr. Post and spoke with him while Deputy Robinson and his trainee went inside to check the residence.
And did you learn that the victim, Christina Parcel, had a daughter?
I did.
And what was your role in regards to her daughter?
So as soon as I found out that she had a daughter, I was like, I asked, do you know how old she is, where she goes to school? And he goes, actually, she goes to Buena Vista right there. That being my school, I immediately switched roles and went to, I've got to get to the school to make sure that the school is safe. He gave me just a little bit of background, family background. So I was under the impression, hey, there may be an issue with this child. So I stood by for just a few more minutes and then I left and went to the school to make sure that everything was okay. Prior to me leaving, I actually called our front office at the school and asked, was this student there? And she said, yes, she's here. I said, do not let her leave with anybody. I want the school locked down until I get there. I'll be there in just a minute. So the school handled their protocol, did what they were supposed to do. And then I arrived and made confirmation that she was there. She was in a classroom and she was safe.
So, so as soon as you found out about Christina Parcel's daughter, you arrived at the school.
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived there, did you talk to anybody?
Just the administration. And they confirmed back to me, hey, she's in the classroom. She's good. I'm like, let's leave her there. I don't want anything to disturb her normal day until we figure out what's going on.
And then how did y'all decide when and how Christina Parcel's daughter was going to leave?
We kind of discussed what was going on. I told them, as far as I was concerned, just let her have a regular day. There's no need to take her out of the class, and let's just let her proceed with her day, leave as normal. I spoke with a couple of the investigators, and it was determined just she can leave with the family member like she normally does. They walk them up to, it's called the front path, goes out of the front of the school, and they walk home because they live right there. And so we just allowed that to proceed on as normal, like she does every day.
Please answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Well, may it please the court. Deputy Turner, you had a body worn camera that day, did you not?
I did, sir.
And did you take steps to record some of the activities that you engaged in or around Canebrake on that afternoon?
I did. As soon as I got out of the car, I believe shortly after getting out, it was on.
So what time is Buena Vista let out of school typically?
2:15.
Okay. And so maybe it's a silly question, but on that day when school was let out, Ida would be coming home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And being a school resource officer, you're familiar with issues related to children's attendance in school, is that correct?
It's really none of my business. If the attendance clerk brings it up, I may do something about it. But
Deputy Turner, if a student at Buena Vista, let's say she didn't want to go home, would the law make her go? Go home?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows that.
I mean, it has happened before, not with me.
But if a student says, I don't want to go home, I'm not going home, must the student go home?
Again, we're going to look into it, probably contact DSS, get them involved in it, our investigators, our crimes against children investigators, and figure out what's going on, why this child doesn't want to go home, stuff like that.
That's further on.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
It's now a good time to take a little break.
The next witness is going to be quiet lengthy.
Okay, thank you. You may step down, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a morning break. Again, no discussion about this case amongst yourselves or anyone. And again, thank you for your service. Enjoy your break.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Lutina Parcel. I go by Tina.
Ms. Parcel, where do you reside?
I would prefer not to give my home address, but I do live in Greenville County.
Greenville County?
Yes.
And what is your relationship to Christina Parcel?
She's my younger sister.
And so can you tell this jury a little bit about y'all's relationship going back to the 2000s and kind of taking us through that?
Sure. I mean, she was 2 years younger than me, so we were close. We were different people, but we were, close in age, close as sisters. Early 2000s, she'd gotten married for the second time. I got married for the first time. We were both living our lives. We were close, but not intertwined, I guess would be the best way to put it. And we were friends, not best friends, but we were friends. We were still, young enough where all of your childhood, younger, older sister relation, all of that baggage hadn't quite gone away yet.
And did she ever begin a relationship with John Mello?
Yes, she began dating Mr. Mello, I believe, around December of 2008.
And in 2008, where were y'all living?
2008, I lived near downtown on Glen Street, right behind Cleveland Park. My sister lived at that time in her home in Greer with her estranged husband.
And how long did Christina Parcel and John Mello date?
They broke up, to my understanding, October of 2015, so just under 7 years.
And during that time, did she have a child?
She did. She had my niece.
And when was your niece born?
June of 2012.
And so during the time in which Christina Parcel was dating John Mello, What kind of relationship did y'all have?
So they began seeing each other, again, just based off of my sister's papers and all of that sort of thing. December of 2008. I'm the kind of person I have to put things like in place and time. So December of 2009, my dad had his first stroke when he was 51. And within a year, so April or May of the next year, my sister wrote a letter cutting off contact with our whole family, saying that she had reached a new place of spiritual love and needed to only have true and pure love in her life, etc.
And so around 2009, did you see her very often?
I would see her less and less in 2009, and then beginning in 2010, she cut off contact, and we didn't see her for 4 years.
So from about 2009 to 2013?
2010 to 2014, we didn't see her for 4 years.
And did y'all have the occasion to reconnect?
My sister reached back out to my parents July of 2014. My parents found out they had a grandchild. That my niece was 2 years old. My sister began reconnecting. She reached out to me. We met for, I don't know if it's lunch or dinner, but Freddie's Custard and Easley was the first time I kind of got to see her and my niece again for the first time in 2014.
So during that time, did you know where Christina Parcel was living?
She lived in a house at Easley on 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street. I don't remember Avenue or Street.
And is that where she brought home her daughter?
Yes, my understanding is Aida lived with her full time. The photos I've seen of that time period, she had a room, there were photos there, they lived together.
And so she was raising your niece during that first couple of years.
Yes, and all the court documentation follows that as well.
And during that time, did you have the occasion to meet John Mello?
Not during the first few years of my niece's life because we didn't have contact. I met him maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So around 2014, 2015, you and your sister sort of reconnected?
She reconnected with the whole family, correct.
And did Christina Parcel and John Miller ever engage in disputes over who had rights to their daughter?
For years, yes.
About when did that custody dispute begin?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015, and I know that she had a family court deposition in March of 2016, so almost immediately would be the best I could put it.
So about the time y'all reconnected, she was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of their daughter.
I don't believe that I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, and I don't want to say involved, but were you aware of the dispute, and did you support your sister during that time?
Well, sure. Not financially, emotionally, or, because we had been estranged for 4 years, that is, it sounds so trite. It's a big hurt. This is my baby sister, and I'm trying to find a way to put her back in my life. So even though she was going through this custody battle, I was also kind of trying to get over my hurt feelings with her. So we interacted, but we weren't, again, tied at the hip best friends at that point.
And so as time goes on, did the custody dispute continue?
For years, yes.
And did Christina Parcel begin a relationship with Brad Post?
Yes, she did.
About what time did she begin that relationship?
Again, based on documentation I've seen in her effects, within a few months of ending things with John Mello.
So around 2015?
Yes.
And so pushing up to 2020 timeframe, Did your relationship with her grow closer?
Yes, in January of 2020, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, which is scary. And you dropped something. It's scary. It's aggressive. My sister and I met for lunch, and we're making a plan for how are we going to get my mom through this. If something happens to mom, how are we going to take care of our dad? He's had multiple strokes. And during this lunch, she looked at me and said, I really want you to be a bigger part of my life and my niece's life. And so we started consciously choosing to be more involved with each other.
And at that time, where was everybody living?
So at that time, COVID, I was sheltering in place with my estranged husband in my marital home in Greer. That's awkward, but it was. My sister, again, she rented a duplex. So when she had visitation with my niece, they would do those visitations in the duplex. And then when she was not living in the duplex, she spent her time with Brad Post.
Okay, and up until about 2020, did John Mello and Christina Parcel share custody of Aida?
Early on, I hate this phrase, but it's the only one I can really know. They had a gentleman's agreement early on about custody that suddenly nobody agreed to, so they went into court. John had primary custody. My sister had visitation, standard visitation every other weekend, weeks during the summer, time on birthday, Mother's Day, at the holidays. I think it's Richards Brown. I don't remember the name.
And so, and then during all this time, was there litigation going on between the two?
Yes, multiple times.
So I'm going to take you to about October of 2020.
Yes.
Did John Mello leave the country with your niece?
Yes, he emailed my sister and said, we won't be here for the next visit weekend, can't make it to the next visit weekend, something to that effect, and missed the court-ordered scheduled visitation. Didn't know where or why necessarily until shortly after when we discovered they were out of the country.
And so in October of 2020, where was Christina living, that same duplex?
So no, in, again, March going to April of 2020, I'm sheltering in place with my now ex-husband, so super great. I decided I didn't want to do that, and I'm getting an apartment for myself. And my sister had just said, I want us to be closer, and her lease on that duplex was coming due in that spring of 2020. And I told her, I'm getting an apartment. I can get a 3-bedroom apartment. I clearly am a army of one and don't need a 3-bedroom, but if I got a 3-bedroom, then you could have your visit weekends with me, and we can spend time together. We have a playground, have a pool, et cetera, et cetera. So summer going into fall of 2020, my sister had her visit weekends with my niece in my apartment. And then she, again, was living for the most part with Post non-visit weekends or non-visit weeks.
And was Christina Parcel working during this time?
Yes, she was a vet tech.
Was she a full-time vet tech or?
No, at that time she was part-time.
So in 2020, y'all discover that your niece has left the country with John Mello.
Yes.
Did this sort of set off a new set of litigation as far as the custody dispute is concerned?
Yes, she filed a rule to show cause in family court under the then agreement that she had, because they had reached an agreement. He's in violation of that agreement. Rule to show cause was, the family court equivalent of you broke the agreement. Once we determined where he was, and she had already spoken to family court, her lawyer, Greenville County, tried to reach out to SLED, tried to reach out to the FBI. Once we discovered where they were, started investigating, how do you get someone back from a foreign country?
And was she dedicated to try and get her daughter back?
Every day.
So what did she do?
Once we've finally figured out that there is a Hague Convention for child abduction, not just war crimes, but truly for child abduction, reached out to the State Department. Her first contact was Zach, and then the second contact was a woman named April Conway. And essentially, you go through this entire application of the circumstances. You have to provide the court orders, the existing orders that funnels up through the State Department to, they call it the central authority. So the U.S. central authority then reaches over to their counterpart in whatever the country is, because this happens for all of these countries that are a part of the convention. And then it goes down their chain. In this case, it was Italy.
And when did she start that process?
Oh, we found out where they were late October, early November. So probably November, possibly December of 2020.
And again, how did you find out that your niece was in Italy?
Her father posted a photo on Facebook of her standing in, think like a cobblestone plaza type situation. It was nighttime. There was a banner on the wall behind her that said the name Rovigo, Italy. And once we began searching down that rabbit hole, we found an online news article.
So were you having any contact with your niece at that time?
First time my sister got to speak with my niece was Christmas Day of 2020. So it had been 2.5 months.
All right. So you mentioned this Hague Convention. Did Christina continue to pursue that and in fact have some hearings in Italy regarding the ultimate custody of your niece?
Yeah, so when you go through this process with the Hague, I am not an expert, but this is one of those things that kind of sticks with you. Since it goes through the central authority, essentially that other country, their government is acting on your behalf. So the equivalent of Walt in Italy was representing my sister. It's not that she had to hire an attorney. The state or the nation of Italy was doing it, because this is all international agreements and arrangements. All communication was done to her through the State Department. So they channel up, it goes over, it comes down and back and forth. The State Department let her know that a hearing had been scheduled for February of 2021 and that she could attend either virtually or in person. And she called me to let me know. I was at work. She called me and I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And I asked her if she wanted me to go with her, and she said yes. So I bought 2 round-trip tickets that day.
And did y'all ultimately go to Italy for a hearing?
We flew out of Atlanta on Wednesday, March 10th. We arrived in Venice, Italy at the Marco Polo Airport. The things to stick with you. We arrived around noon that Thursday. Court was the morning of Friday. We flew back to the States that Sunday.
And were you successful in getting your niece back?
We were nothing at getting my niece back. There was no decision reached in that trip in March. They said they would deliberate and they would reach out with more information.
Now, when you were there, did you get to see your niece?
Did I lay eyes on her? Yes.
Did you get to speak with her?
And again, this is just based on what happened, not I know the rules of Italy. But when we were there, they said the mother has to go in, the father has to go in, and the minor child cannot go in. He brought her to court, and she was not allowed to go in the courtroom, and she had to stay outside of the courtroom. I couldn't go in because I wasn't a party. She was now an unattended minor in a foreign country, which is, again, not great. And they asked if I would watch her. His attorneys asked that I not speak with her. That wasn't a court order. It was just, hey, can you sit here and watch her and not say anything?
And was John Mello there as well?
Yes, he's the one that brought my niece into court for that hearing.
So did y'all ever return back to Italy again?
My sister returned to Italy. So this was in March of 2021. She again received notice from the State Department it felt like forever, of course, but a few weeks later, either end of March, beginning of April, there's another hearing. Again, you can attend virtually or in person. She said, I want to go in person. I asked if she wanted me to go again, and she said, no, I'll go by myself.
And so did she fly to Italy?
She did fly to Italy, give or take tax day.
And was she successful in getting the return of your niece?
At first, there was no decision reached, and they said you can leave and come back when we decide. She opted to stay, and a few days later, I can check my records for actual dates. A few days later, they let her know that they had decided to repatriate. Italy repatriated my niece to my sister. John Mello and my niece were brought to a police station. Aida was given to my sister. My sister then had to wait a week to get a replacement passport for my niece because hers had expired when they were in Italy.
While Christina was over there, did she have to hire bodyguards?
We had 2 bodyguards when we were there. We weren't allowed to, because again, COVID, we weren't allowed to take public transportation. We weren't allowed to sit down in restaurants. So we did have 2 people that were hired to both provide some protection for that day in court, but also to get us from point A to point B while we were in court. And she had the same staff were hired when she went back.
So what day did Christina and your niece return?
April 22nd of 2021.
So when they returned, to what residence did they initially go?
They started living with me full-time in the apartment that we discussed. The lease on that apartment was up in the middle of May, so I'd already started making arrangements to, live somewhere rather than renew the lease on the apartment.
And so did you eventually secure another location?
I had made an offer to buy the Canebrake home December 17th of 2020. I'd already been trying to buy that house for 4 months.
And did y'all eventually move into 122 Canebrake?
We moved into 122 Canebrake on May 14th of 2021.
So when once y'all moved in, you and who all lived there?
I was in the master bedroom, a nice tan with wood trim and a bay window. My sister was across the hall in a not great yellow bedroom. My niece was down the hall from her in what came as a hot pink bedroom. And she was thrilled about that. So it was the 3 of us. I had chosen this home. It was large enough. There was an ensuite. You saw it in the walkthrough. The salmon colored in the back had its own full bathroom, and that was going to be where my parents could live if they needed to in the future. So it was the 3 of us.
So you talked about this custody dispute, let's call it before John Nell and your niece went to Italy.
Yes.
And now we're past that. During this time frame up until May of 2020, how would you describe the dispute, this custody dispute between Christina and John?
It was active until the moment she died. There were still hearings while he was in Italy. He did not return to the United States for the, I guess it was 5 months, 3 weeks that they were here, almost 6 months. He would attempt to retain counsel or did retain counsel, though it attend a hearing on his behalf. There was a hearing with regards to when could phone calls happen.
Did y'all ever fear for your safety or anybody or your niece's safety or your safety?
We wouldn't let her play outside by herself. It is a beautiful neighborhood, an exceedingly safe neighborhood. I mean, kids everywhere. So it's not that the neighborhood wasn't safe. We just didn't want her to be playing by herself. We didn't want her to get taken. The front window, part of why we always left it open was so we could see the front yard if she was out there.
Did John Nell ever do anything that made y'all feel unsafe?
Can you be more specific with your question with regards to place and time?
Around that time.
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents, and I know my sister didn't send it.
About the end of June and July, do you remember Christina and Brad Post receiving some envelopes?
Yes. many envelopes, it was kind of a flurry of activity as to had all of them arrived in our neighborhood, his neighborhood, the guardian, her attorney, her employer. It was,
And were you aware of the contents of those photos? I mean, of those envelopes?
yes.
What were the contents of those envelopes?
If it were something that existed in South Carolina, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not illegal here. So
there were
naked pictures of my sister.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1A and 1B. Now I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. And I'm sorry to have to show you these to you.
Yes, that is my sister, Christina.
And then I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6, envelope State's Exhibit 6, and ask you if you recognize photos 6A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes, those are all my sister.
So, y'all received these about June and July of 2021.
Yes.
Now, did your sister go to the police?
Yes, she went to the police. She went to a postal inspector.
In regards to the photos, how do you know that's your sister?
I'm going to try not to be. I recognize her, having known her her entire life. I recognize her haircut. I recognize her tattoos.
And can you give this jury a time frame of when those photos were taken?
Based on the length of her hair and again the state of her tattoos, I would say somewhere between 2010 and 2011.
And was that the time in which she was dating John Mello?
That's correct.
Now, so how old would Christina Parcel be?
She was born in 1980, so 2010 she would have been 30, 2011, 31.
31.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to take you to, well, when did y'all move in? When did you move into the canebrake house?
May 14th of 2021.
So from then until October 13th, 2021, what was life like?
Well, it was still COVID, but it was less COVID-y than it had been. So my niece joined the swim team and played her first team sport. She had friends in the neighborhood. She miraculously was promoted from 3rd to 4th grade, even though she missed 6 months of that school year. I worked downtown. My mother would come and babysit if Christina and I both had to work, or maybe our schedules overlapped. And I know that this sounds odd, but I would text my sister, I'm coming home, can you chop the onions? I'm making this for dinner, or I'm going to the grocery. I mean, it was a really standard, we're living together and we have a kid and school and etc.
So I'm gonna take you to October 13th, 2021. Where were you working that day?
I worked at a company called Norris Financial Group in downtown Greenville.
And we've seen video of your car leaving. Do you remember about what time you left to go to work?
That's not my car, that was a rental, but I left give or take 8:30 that morning.
And went to work?
I did go to work, yes.
And when did you realize that this incident happened?
I had a voicemail. My phone hadn't rang, but I had a voicemail. It's a thing that happens sometimes. And it was from Brad Post saying there's emergency at home. Emergency at the house. You need to come home. And so I grabbed my purse, walked into the hall, told my boss, there's an emergency at the house. I'm going to go home. And made my way to the car.
And before you left for work, what was going on inside the household as far as Christina and your niece and everybody?
Do you mean
About what time did they
that? Do you mean
wake
that morning? Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows why? And Christina had a job interview, so she was not necessarily up earlier than normal, but trying to get the day started and out the door earlier than normal. So she took Aida to school while I was drinking my morning coffee in that middle sitting room, where we called it the den. That's where we spent our time. Christina came back. She had forgotten the school communication folder that you're supposed to bring back every week. She'd forgotten that. So she came back to the house to get the school communication folder and stood in the doorway and said she had a hair appointment that afternoon and it was gymnastics that afternoon. And what are we going to cook for dinner? And then she said, I love you, bye. And she walked out the door.
And when did you first hear about this incident?
The voicemail from Post said there was an emergency. And as I was going back to my car, he called again and I again went straight to voicemail. So I called him back and he said, it's her. I think she's dead. And so I got there as fast as I could.
So did you ride back at the house?
Give or take 11:30 that morning, yes.
Now, in regards to your house, what door do y'all namely use to enter and exit the house? And which doors do you have keys to? Explain to this jury your front and side door.
Yeah. So I made an offer December of 2020, less than a year into COVID. And what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that. And because of COVID, all foreclosures were under a moratorium. So it was in foreclosure, but they, not done in foreclosure. And we kept trying to complete the sale and couldn't get the final number that you had to have, the close number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it. So we had this, so I could move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door. And since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change the locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And, you know, like I crawled into the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home, we
When you
would,
say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to, lock it up at night when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were
You know,
going to sleep at night?
yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You go, you check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you were coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically, always.
Always the front door.
Yes.
So it would be normal for if Christina Parcel arrived home from a job interview, which door would you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So what about the curtains in the front of the front room?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they were kept open.
And what was that front room's meant for?
So it's a standard ranch house where you have that front long, skinny, formal living room that nobody uses unless you're the kind of person that has furniture with plastic on it, and that's not my life. So yeah, I see that. You know what I'm talking about. But that front window got a lot of light. So, and you saw in some of the photos, my sister kept her plants there. We had my 2 silver chairs. The neighborhood kids and my niece would do puzzles in that room, arts and crafts. My sister had a desk where she did her schoolwork that was in front of the smaller window, but it wasn't the TV room or the family congregation eat dinner room. We did that in the den on the other side of that wall.
And so when you left that morning for work, were those blinds open or were they closed?
We always left because it was always open. Blinds and curtains were always open to get lights in for the plants. We didn't keep a light on in that room, so we weren't concerned, say at nighttime, we weren't concerned people were going to see us through that window because we didn't do anything in that room at nighttime that people would see. We were on the other wall, so it was just always open.
So when on this incident, did you talk with law enforcement about that day? Did they interview you? Did you talk to them?
Yes, I sat in Investigator Sparkman's vehicle, and he said, tell me the history of your sister. And I said, how far back do you want me to go?
Did you kind of tell them what you told us here today?
And then
More or
some,
less.
yes.
Did you tell him anybody you thought might have done this?
I said, I absolutely believe John Mello did it.
Did you know where John Mello was located?
I knew he was supposedly in Italy, but who knows?
And Ms. Parcel, have you ever met Zach Hughes?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
I've spoken at him, but no, never with him.
Prior to October of 2021, have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Noticed him?
No.
Have you ever seen Christina Parcel talk to him?
No.
He's never been to the house?
Oh, no. I'm not while I was there. I wasn't there 24/7, but no.
Did you know her to ever have any communications with him?
I found this week when I was reviewing all of the legal files, an email John Mello sent to my sister where he CC'd
Y'all can approach. entertain your objections.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you ever known Christina Parcel to have any interaction with?
No, absolutely no interaction, no.
Ms. Parcel, you've heard testimony here today, yesterday, that there was cocaine, small bag of cocaine found in that front sitting room. Do you ever use cocaine?
No.
Did y'all keep cocaine in the house?
No,
Did you know Christina to use cocaine?
I've never seen her do cocaine.
And we've discussed this child custody dispute. Was there a guardian appointed to your niece?
Yes, so once my niece was taken and my sister filed a rule to show cause, which essentially opens up the prior action that had been settled, the court appointed a guardian ad litem to act in the best interest of my niece.
And would the guardian keep in contact with Christina Parcel?
The guardian was in very frequent contact with Christina. The guardian did home visits of my apartment, number one, because that's where I would have been returned to. She also did a home visit of Cambridge. I'd have to check paperwork to see if Christina took drug tests during that time. There were many over the years. So,
You know that she was asked to take drug tests.
oh, many times over the years.
Had you ever known Christina to use cocaine?
No.
All right, Ms. Parcel, if you'll just answer any questions this council may have.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Purcell. My name is Mark Moyer. I have some questions for you today. Okay. So just want to start off with a little bit about your background with Ms. Purcell. You said Christina was about 2 years younger than you, is that right?
2 years, 4 days.
2 years, 4 days. And you all began living together, the first time was at the Woods Road apartment, is that right?
I had room in my apartment designated for her to have visitation with my niece. Yes.
Okay, so y'all weren't living together at the,
As I testified to earlier, she had visitations with my niece under my roof at that apartment, but my sister herself typically lived with hosts during those times.
okay. And it
No.
wasn't until you all moved into the Cambridge house that you all were living together?
No, as I testified earlier, when my sister and my niece returned from Italy, April 22nd of 2021, my niece and my sister lived with me full time. The first few weeks, I was still at the apartment, but we moved into Cambridge May 14th of 2021.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the custody disputes that were going on. You said you did not stay very much involved in the actual disputes at the beginning of that. Isn't that right?
No, that is not actually the character of my testimony. What I said was that my sister and I were becoming closer and essentially trying to get closer after she had cut contact with me for 4 years. So that's not something you get over quickly.
Sure.
Or immediately.
I understand, but that kept you from staying very much in tune with exactly what was going on at that time, right?
Well, that and John Mello threatening to have me charged with kidnapping, that also had a factor in it.
Okay. And you gave up, Christina gave up custody of Aida to John Mello, didn't you?
No, I don't believe that's actually accurate, and I would like to make sure it's accurate. As I testified earlier, she and Mr. Mello had a quote unquote gentleman's agreement. And then when my sister was not receiving the visitation she thought she was due, that's when the actual court actions began, which is not in any way, shape, or form the same as giving up custody, I believe.
Okay, but John Mello had primary custody.
I believe that the agreement was written that he had custody and she had visitation, correct?
Okay. So that was in the court documents that he had custody, and she didn't dispute that. She didn't fight that, did she?
She had fought that repeatedly, trying to get custody, and then would reach an agreement with him.
But not initially. When that first document came out where John got custody, when John Mello got custody, she did not
Mr. Mello had physical custody before there was a document in that original Pickens County Family Court action. Mr. Mello had physical custody and was not allowing my sister to have visitation, so she took him to court and then reached an agreement where he retained custody, but he was not granted custody by the court.
Okay, but she reached an agreement, so they didn't have to fight it out in the courts because she allowed him to have custody, correct?
That is the agreement which she reached. That's not the same as allowing, but
So she agreed to it. That's what an agreement is, right? Correct?
she entered that agreement, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was not until Ida was taken to Italy by John that she began trying to get full custody. Is that true?
No, they had multiple family court cases. Sometimes she initiated, sometimes he initiated, trying to modify the agreement that they had.
And it wasn't modified until after she came back, Ida came back from Italy, right?
Honestly, I would have to check the paperwork.
Okay. Now, you had met Brad Post before he started dating Christina in 2015 or 2016, correct?
He was a customer at my father's cigar store.
And that was somewhere around 2000 or 2001 when you met him?
I couldn't tell you. He was a person that sat in my father's cigar store, so I couldn't tell you the first time I noticed him as a human being, no.
Okay, you worked for him for a period of time?
No, I did not.
You don't remember?
My
knowing?
sister worked for him, I did not.
Your sister did, but you never worked for him?
My father?
No, did you never work for Brad Post?
So I worked for a company. It was originally called eBridge Technologies. That was owned by Braddock Cunningham. It was a software company. That is where I worked. And then Mr. Cunningham is the one who began purchasing NC&E, Network Controls and Electric. So no, I did not work for Brad Post. I worked for Brad Cunningham, who purchased NC&E from Brad Post.
Okay, so if Brad Post said that you worked for him, that would be incorrect?
Never heard him say I worked for him, so I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I'm saying if you did, you told this department that you worked for him for a period of time, that would not be true?
No, I worked for eBridge Technologies, which again, I don't want to say subsidiary because I didn't do any of the paperwork, but eBridge Technologies, that software company, kind of merged with Network Controls and Electric once Braddock Cunningham became the person that was buying NC&E.
Okay. Christina was working part-time at as a vet tech, correct?
Correct.
When she died. And Bradley Post was helping her out financially, was he not?
I couldn't give you any type of dollar amounts, but I assume so.
Was he helping with the house at Cambridge?
No.
Okay, but you all had conversations about when you were having trouble getting the house. Did you not have conversations with Christina about getting Bradley Post involved to help with that?
No, I unequivocally did not want Brad Post involved.
So you never talked to Christina about, you never sent her an email or said, this house is more expensive than I thought, so maybe Brad Post could buy it and then we could rent from him?
No. So I found out October 9th, 2021, that the people I was trying to buy the home for, again, it was in foreclosure. Foreclosures were in forbearance because of COVID, and the dollar amount, the cost to close kept going up. My realtor called me that Saturday and said, it's got to be this much. It was approximately 10 to 15% more than I was approved for. And I told her, I can't do that, but give me a couple days. I'm going to figure something out. And so my sister and I began texting new houses to try and buy a different house, which meant I was looking for a new house at the time my sister was murdered, which means I was not trying to have Brad Post buy Cambridge so I could rent it from him.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took his daughter and Christina's daughter to Italy, he had the primary custody at the time.
That was the agreement, and also he was to allow visitation as per the agreement he reached in family court, yes.
And he was a dual citizen of
this
I know
country
he
and
claims to be a
Italy.
dual
Let me finish the
citizen.
question, sorry. He was a dual citizen of this country and Italy, isn't that true?
I know he claims to be a dual citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
And you know, your niece became an Italian citizen while she was in Italy.
I know he claims she became an Italian citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
Okay, and you talked about having a bodyguard or someone to drive you around while you were in Italy and then back here. Brad Post was paying for that, wasn't he?
I don't know who paid. I didn't see an invoice.
So when Christina went to Italy in mid-April for the final hearing, she went alone that time. She testified, correct?
I didn't go with her. That's correct. I understand she went alone.
And she returned to this country with Aida, right?
She returned with my niece April 22nd when they landed in Greenville.
And you met her at the airport?
Yes, I did.
The guardian ad litem was there?
Yes, she was.
Brad Post was there?
Yes, he was.
Who else was there?
Representative from Lindsey Graham's office was there. Friends of the family were there. My parents, people, my sister's neighbor from the duplex where she used to live, and her children were there.
And Brad Post was there?
As I stated earlier, yes, he was there.
And he proposed to her at the airport, didn't he?
That was a choice that he made, yes.
Then there was a welcome party later that night too, same day?
No, sir. Everybody was at the airport with flowers, with balloons, with signs. My sister and my niece got packed into my car. I took them to the apartment. I picked up Indian takeout food, and we ate Indian takeout food at my home that night.
Okay, so the welcome party was what happened at the airport.
Yes.
And so just to be clear then, Aida was out of the home and gone between October the 5th of 2020 and then mid-April of 2021, correct?
My understanding is October 4th, but again, since I was not there when they left the flight, I would have to check documents.
Okay, now you all moved into the Cambridge house on May the 14th of 2021, right?
That's correct. That's when the movers came on Friday the 14th.
Okay, and you testified today something that contradicts what you told Investigator Sparkman in your interview about where everyone stayed in the house.
I was in the tan room, the master room in the back with the bay window, right over the nook. My sister was across the hall in the yellow bedroom. My niece's bedroom was the hot pink bedroom just down the hall.
Okay, but you told Investigator Sparkman that that room had been turned into a playroom and that your niece
No, the
stayed.
purple bedroom was going to be the designated playroom.
So do you not remember telling Investigator Sparkman that your niece slept in the bed in the same room with Christina?
No, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there were times that she would sleep there. She would sleep on the couch. She might sleep in her bed. And my understanding is she could have slept with her father as well.
And you told Investigator Sparkman, though, that she didn't have a room, that you heard the room that was supposed to be for her would turn into a playroom and that she stayed with Christina.
I don't believe I said that she didn't have a room. It clearly had her toys in it, had her clothes in it, had her bed in it. Now, again, I just discovered that my sister was dead in my house and I was homeless, so it's entirely possible I misspoke, and for that I apologize.
Okay, that was several days later. It wasn't the same day.
And again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay. Now, Brad Post would come by the house every day, would he not?
I can't say it was every day, depending on the mercurial relationship. Sometimes they were in a better spot. So there would be times where he wouldn't come over at all. There would be times where he would come over and have dinner.
But while they were dating and not broken up, as you told Investigator Sparkman, Brad Post would come over every day. Isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up. If they were in a good patch or a bad patch, as anybody is having a good patch or a bad patch, there would be times he'd be there every day, yes, for dinner or what have you. There would be times where he wasn't.
Now, you mentioned Ida wasn't allowed to play outside
No, I said we wouldn't let her play outside by herself.
by herself. So, and you mentioned that she had friends in the neighborhood. So would friends come over and play inside with her in the
Well, no,
house?
she would play outside with friends. We
Yeah.
would do our best to, again, keep keep an eye out on her, on the friends, as any adult would do to make sure the children are going to be safe, especially with the creek nearby. So she would play in the house, outside of the house.
Okay. And her friends would play outside with her and play inside with her?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you just a few questions about the packages that you received, that you were asked about by the solicitor. You mentioned the pictures that were in the packages, but in addition to the pictures, there were some website postings that were included, were there not?
I wasn't shown any by the solicitor.
Do you remember when you looked at the packages though, do you remember seeing the website from the escort service?
I saw that there was something textual. I didn't lend credence to it.
And again, I hate to have to ask you about this, but were you aware of that part of your sister's past?
I was aware that allegations had been made in family court, just like there had been allegations made I was going to try and kidnap my niece. So I didn't lend credence to them.
Are you aware that she gave a deposition in which she did give credence to those allegations?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So after the death of your sister, Christina, where was Aida?
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question?
After your sister died, where was your niece?
I would also ask you to rephrase that question to be accurate.
Okay, who did your niece live with?
So after my sister was murdered, what is the question for that?
Where did your niece live?
The guardian ad litem, after my sister was murdered, got an ex parte emergency placement with me. My niece and I stayed with friends, and that's where we went.
All right, and then what happened with Aida on October the 19th of 2021?
She was put into foster care.
Okay, and what time of day was it?
It was at night.
Okay, and the police came and got her?
Yes.
About what time at night?
It was approximately 10:30 at night.
Okay. How long were the police at the house on that day?
I don't know, maybe an hour, less.
And she was taken into emergency protective custody at that time?
Yes.
And who got custody of Aida?
Would you clarify the question, please?
Where does Aida live now?
Oh, I've reached an agreement with Mr. Mello right now.
Okay, so you gave up custody to allow
I
John Mello?
never had custody, but
You dropped your petition to try to get custody.
I did not drop a petition. I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello,
Okay.
and he has custody.
Okay, you never had custody of Aida.
I had ex parte custody briefly.
Okay, and then after Aida was taken out of the home, shortly thereafter, she went to live with John Mello, and she still lives with John Mello. Isn't that right?
She was not with John Mello for the first almost year and a half after her mother's death, almost 2 years. She was in foster care, and then she was in third-party placement. He did not receive custody of her until August of 2023.
Okay, and she remains with him.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And John Mello was exonerated of the charges of taking Aida to Italy. Is that right?
I believe what you're looking for is a directed verdict of not guilty, not actually exonerated by a jury. Yes.
So a judge threw it out, basically.
A judge said South Carolina state law says a non-custodial parent has no rights to their child. Yes, that is correct.
So a judge threw it out. One moment.
We have right now. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor,
After the murder of your sister, where did Aida, where did your niece go?
Are you talking short-term or long-term?
Both.
Again, she was ex parte emergency placed in my care. She was removed from my care and put in foster care for 2 months. After that, she was placed with Allison and Lamar Sutherland from December of 2021 until December of 2022, where she was then placed with her half-sister, Isabella Mello, John Mello's eldest child. She was there until August of 2023. And then in August of 2023, when I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, where I had visitation and my niece was returned to his custody.
And have you seen your niece?
I've not seen my niece since August of 2024.
And do you have rights to see her?
I do.
And have those been complied with?
We currently have active family court action.
So you and John Mello are now in a family court action over the custody or access to your niece.
There is a new action, and the agreement that we reached is currently being appealed in South Carolina State Court of Appeals.
No further questions.
Okay. Any recross?
No recross, Your Honor. We would just ask that the witness remain on subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see counsel. Again, no discussion about this case among yourselves. Any research.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Right about there. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Couple words.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Manigal?
Mr. Manigal, do you reside in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
Dale Street.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a photographer
And how long have you been doing that?
since I was 6 years old.
Back in 2020, 2021, were you working for John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Mello?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020 through 2021? Was John Mello living in the United States during that time?
I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure because I didn't keep up with all his traffic, all his movements, because I was at the time working 2 jobs and I had to keep track of everything all at once.
Well, how did y'all communicate?
Text messages or video chats.
And so he would text you and ask you to do things?
I was saying work when I was telling yes, sir.
Okay, and what kind of things would he ask you to do?
Yard work, cleaning up. He was moving back to Italy. He was having me clean his house up so he could get ready for sale.
And what about, and how would he pay you?
Cash.
And where was this location?
It was on Blake Street.
Now, back in 2020, 2021, did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy. And I did a little work around the house with Zach. That's about all I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
Through John, and then did you and Zach work together?
On and off throughout a couple of days, yes, sir.
And where would y'all work together at?
At the house.
At the Blake Street house?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that with Zach?
About 2 weeks till everything was done. We were doing mostly outside work, a little bit inside, cleaning up around the house and inside.
And then after October 13th, 2021, did you ever talk with investigators?
I was pulled over. I will get off the bus. I was stopped by 2 investigators at the vape store on Lawrence Road, taken back to the county. That when I was there, questioned if I had any involvement in the crime that I did not know I committed at the time.
And was that Detective Sparkman and Master Deputy Wolf? Do you recognize
Yes,
them?
sir.
And what did you tell them?
I had no idea what the crime was committed. I willingly gave them my phone to go through it so they could check everything. I gave them all the access codes, everything. So I had no.
Voluntarily handed over your phone?
Yes, sir.
And what about, did you voluntarily give them your DNA? Did they swab your mouth?
I don't recall.
And did they ask you about any other associates that John Mello may have?
No, sir. Not from my recollection.
Well, did you not tell them about Zach Hughes?
I knew Zach Hughes, but that's to the point where I only knew Zach Hughes because of John Mello. I didn't know him before that or during the fact, after the fact.
Yeah, but did you tell these investigators?
That I worked with Zach Hughes, yes, sir.
You told them, the investigators, that you worked with Zach Hughes?
Briefly, not for a long period of time.
Did you tell them that you knew Zach Hughes through John Mello?
I would object to leaving.
What did you tell them about
I only knew Zach
John Mello and
Hughes.
Zach Hughes?
I only know John Mello. I knew John Mello for years. I knew Zach Hughes for a brief period of time. This whole situation, I had no idea about the murder, none of that stuff.
Absolutely. But did you tell investigators?
I only knew Mello. I only knew Zach Hughes through John Mello briefly. After we stopped working together, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Manigal.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you.
You're on the state calls, Master Deputy Blake Wolf.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Blake Wolf.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf, who do you work for?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with them?
I began working with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Before that, I was employed by the Greenville County Department of Public Safety for 7 years.
And what do you currently do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a master deputy assigned to Bravo Platoon.
Were you ever in homicide?
Yes, sir.
How long were you in homicide?
A little over 3 years.
Did you get involved in this case back in October 13th of 2021.
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell the jury how you got involved in this case.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th. When Miss Parcel was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th, and then I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
So on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for the location where Miss Parcel was murdered.
And what is a Google geofence?
So if you have any Google apps on your cell phone and allow them to store your location data, we can find out, we can get access to that data through Google. So when we have a location where a murder occurred, we can send them a search warrant for that location, a specific radius around that location for a time frame. And if any devices were in that radius, they will let us know. But that only applies to people who allow them to track their location data.
Did you recover anything of significance from those efforts?
No, sir.
So what else did you start doing involved in this case?
On October 19th and the 20th, I went back out to the Canebrake neighborhood and continued canvassing the area for potential witnesses or additional security footage.
So we heard Master Deputy Stokes talk about canvassing this neighborhood. Were you doing sort of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all do it 2 separate times?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
People were at home. People come and go. You know, her murder happened earlier in the day. People could have been at work. So we go at, you know, usually more than once at different times just to try to catch people when they're at home.
And in doing so, did you talk with Donna Gorman?
Yes, sir, I did.
About when did you talk with her?
That'd be the afternoon of October 20th.
And at that time, had y'all obtained ring cameras and video footage related to this case?
Yes, sir, we had.
And did you show her a copy of the individual that was on a bike at that time?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else speak with Donna Gorman?
Investigator Riley Stokes.
Do you know when he spoke with her?
The day of Miss Parcel's murder.
All right. About when did you obtain video footage of a suspect leaving on a bicycle?
October 14th, I believe.
All right. So after you continued to canvass the neighborhood, what did you do?
I made contact with Miss Gorman and spoke with her.
And then after that, what did you do?
After that, it was on October 22nd that myself and Investigator Sparkman learned that Michael Manigal is somebody that was familiar with John Mello, and it was suggested that we speak with him.
Did you, in fact, try to go and locate Michael Manigal?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where did you locate him?
So we were told that he rides the Greenlink buses. So we went around to some of their bus stops and we located him getting off a bus on Orange Road.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, sir, we did.
Was that the gentleman who just testified?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you have the occasion to obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, sir. He gave consent.
And where did you take that sample?
It was in the CID interview room in the homicide office.
Did y'all carry him down there, or did he meet y'all there?
No, he doesn't have a vehicle, so he rode in Investigator Sparkman's SUV.
And down there, did you take a buccal swab sample?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the packaging for the buccal swab that I collected from Mr. Manigal.
All right. And you like to open it?
Yes.
See what's inside of it. All right. And inside State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. This is the buccal swab I collected from Mr. Manigal, 2 of them.
Now, what did you do with those bucket swabs?
I placed them into our property in Eventrum.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Manigal, what did you do?
I began researching Zachary Hughes.
And so how would you go about doing that?
So I started, I just did a basic Google search of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina.
And what did you find?
I found,
May we approach?
yes, sir.
So Master Deputy Wolf, in trying to locate Zachary David Hughes, what did you do?
So I began by just doing a basic Google search of something along the lines of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina. The first thing I noticed is there were several articles online about him being a pianist, being famous for being able to play music by memory.
And then once you had that information, what did you do?
So then I logged into my South Carolina DMV online account and I obtained a picture of Mr. Hughes's driver's license, his DMV photo. I showed that photo to Mr. Manigal just to confirm that I was looking at the same Zachary Hughes that he was referring to.
Was it confirmed?
Yes, sir.
So once you've confirmed the person that you're looking into, what do you do next?
Well, I continued to look at his DMV online account. And one thing that I found was important is the address on his driver's license was 200 Tyndall Avenue. 200 Tyndall Avenue is located within the city limits of Greenville. A few months prior to Ms. Parcel's murder, the Greenville Police Department had installed traffic cameras around the city. So since he lived in the city, I believed if he had a vehicle, there would be some photos on these traffic cameras of his vehicle. So also using my South Carolina DMV online account, I found that he had a gold 1999 Ford Ranger registered to his name. So the city uses a traffic camera system. Some people call them license plate readers, LPRs for short, called flock. When you pass a flock camera, it takes a picture of your license plate in the back right side of your vehicle, and then it goes into a database that's searchable. So once I had Mr. Hughes's license plate from the DMV, I entered it into the flock system. At that time, flock had a retention period of 90 days, and I found 55 images of Mr. Hughes's vehicle.
Now explain this, Jerry. So how many flock cameras are there around Greenville County?
At that time, they were just in the city. I would say maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, so we only had 10 to 15 cameras in the city limits.
Yes, the county had not yet employed any flock cameras.
And now you say you have access to this flock camera system. Is this a nationwide system or a local system?
Yes, so Flock is a national company. They sell these traffic cameras to law enforcement agencies across the country.
All right, so after you searched a car registered to Zach Hughes, what'd you find?
So I found the 55 images of his vehicle during that 90-day retention period. I found 2 images the day of Ms. Parcel's murder.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114 and 115. Can I ask you if you recognize those?
Yes, sir. These are the flock pictures of Mr. Hughes' vehicle on October 13th, 21.
Your Honor, state moves exhibits 114 and 115 into evidence.
No objection.
114 and 115.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what's in this photo and the time and date?
Yes, sir. This is a photo of Mr. Hughes's 1999 Ford Ranger. It was captured at 2:31 p.m. on October 13th at the Bunkman-Rutherford intersection. And then you can see a black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
So that was at 2:31 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Why was this significant?
Because we have the video of a suspect leaving the crime scene on a black bike.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 102. Was this what you were trying to compare it to?
Yes, sir.
And what was your conclusions?
My conclusion is that there's a lot of similarities between the bike in the photo you were holding up and the bike in the bed of Mr. Hughes's truck.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 115. What is that?
That is another flock camera of Mr. Hughes's vehicle at night. Lawrence in East Washington, 7:30 on the same day.
But you can't really see anything.
No, sir.
So as a result of that, what did you do?
So after learning this information, I acquired search warrants for 200 Tyndall Avenue, Mr. Hughes's truck, his DNA, and his cell phone.
Now, did you, after talking with Mr. Manigal and your independent research, did you learn where John Mello lived or had a house at the time?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location of Mr. Mello at this particular time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
Were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tyndall.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go out to 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. Tell this jury how that occurred.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from the address. And we had a deputy in a unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there. Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time. So we waited at our predetermined location until he returned. Once he returned, we went to the house to execute the search warrant.
And did you learn who, now, did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Lynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
So October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
So about 9 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies that went to the back of the house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up. So,
And did he have a cell phone?
yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
And did you approach him or did he come out?
No, we called him out to us. Yes, sir.
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It was collected by another deputy and then transported to be downloaded.
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table. Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112. So you can recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 112 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
States, one, two, come there.
So, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 116, 117, and 118. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tyndall Avenue.
Your Honor, State moves 116, 117, 118 into evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118, come in, States.
So, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door if you're on Tyndall Avenue and you're facing the front of their house.
And was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the back side of their residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing when you?
You can kind of see the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there. Yes, sir.
All right, so did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And did you, so what, at this point, what is important to your investigation?
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcel was killed with a sharp force object. So we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means, clothing, book bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was there, or who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
And did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 119 through 125. I'm going to ask you to look at States Exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. I recognize these photos.
I apologize. I'm going to have to backtrack 2 seconds. I forgot one of my exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit. I need a number. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 132. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes's vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Miss Parcel's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
State moves 132 into evidence. No objection.
32 comes into evidence.
Now back to 210. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
Are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. All right.
So 119 through 125.
119 through 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
Ton.
All right. I'll show you States Exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 120. And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
Okay. Were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time and are not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had. And it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm going to show you States Exhibits 121. What are the bikes on the left there, or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in the garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm going to show you States Exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very, very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 133. You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tyndall.
Statement is 133 into evidence.
Objection. 133 comes in.
Now, did you do any comparison with this bike and the other photos?
Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
So once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tyndall, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And then once you concluded that search warrant, were you able to locate another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, Drew, about that.
Through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Wynn.
And did y'all, in fact, go up to Indian Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did y'all get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
Why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials.
So when you obtained information that Zach Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
All right. So when did you go up there to serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that date.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Most of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
These are not, I don't have numbers on these. All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm going to show you 130, States Exhibits 134 through 139. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Windsor residents on Indian Flat Trail.
Your state moves 134 through 139 in.
No objection.
All right, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 134. What is that?
That is the front of their residence there. And then on the tree on the right side, you can see a trail or deer camera.
Is that what you're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, how would you, where would you compare this house?
This is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
So there's no neighbors near you?
No,
Nobody?
nobody.
Now, did y'all walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 137. What is that?
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on their property.
I guess what you can do in there is burn things.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 139.
That is just one of their closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
Did y'all ever locate anything?
No, sir.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with it after you seized it?
I took it back to our office.
And were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to look at any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 140. Ask if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
State moves Exhibit 140.
No objection.
No objection.
And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 141 through 145. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
State moves 141 through 145.
No objection.
No objection. 145.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 145. What is that?
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes,
And what is the date of that photo?
October 11th,
About what time?
a little after 10 a.m.
Was that 2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he is wearing is significant.
Why is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away on a black hoodie, but you can also tell the top being folded out. The inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was killed.
And what color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 141. What kind of haircut does Mr. Hughes have at that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's shaved on the side with looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then State's Exhibits 142. Is that
Another picture of Mr. Hughes.
another picture? And again, this is on what day?
The same day, October 11th.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 144.
So zoomed in picture of Mr. Hughes on the same day.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more questions, Master Deputy. Approximately how far from that mountain house to the Canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
So how many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, you testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the P&E?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment?
A house.
Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them in a closet?
In the closet, under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Isn't it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
You said a word, I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wind Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see?
You could walk around naked.
Okay. Talked about, can I see your house? Let me show you State's Exhibit 144. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, isn't it true in 144, that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow on the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
When you went to 200 Tyndall to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
They're police officers. Everyone's armed.
Right. And you talked about how the winds complied that day, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, my client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
So you testified in 2021, you were working in homicide, is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them. Yes, sir.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under me. I supervise. Yes.
Okay. And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well? Or
There is.
So how long, so I need to be clear, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You heard, were you in this courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canebrake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, let me ask this. Do you recall when he said the first video was that was significant? The first time he saw any vehicle tracker in?
I remember him talking about that, but I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Isn't it true, though, that one second. I don't know anything else.
Okay. Any redirect?
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And, Your Honor, just recross. You just testified on my cross-examination that you did not see a beard in that photo. Is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
Okay,
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any reread, correct?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
State will recall Kaylin Ford.
Man, you're still under oath.
Ms. Ford, hello again.
Hello.
Going through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tyndall was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the canebrake home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you tasked of going through the Tyndall home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
Okay. If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Showing you what is State's Exhibits 126 through 131.
Yes, I took these photographs.
All right, this time the state would move into evidence, State's Exhibit 126 through 131.
No objection.
No objection, 126 through 131.
No. I'm just going to go through these with you up here. What is 126?
So this is a photograph of a shoebox that had been located inside of his bedroom that contained multiple knives and sheets.
127?
It's a photograph from his bedroom. There was a storage bin that had the name Zach on the top.
How is that spelled, Zach?
ZACK.
$129.
This photograph shows a backpack and a pair of gloves, along with other miscellaneous items in the bedroom.
Were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the Tyndall address?
Yes.
And how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swabs of different areas of the bike before it was actually collected.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive reagent, a chemical reaction that can show the presence of blood.
Are there any significant findings as a result of spraying the Blue Star?
The bike illuminated on the handles, the seat, and the pedals.
Okay. What did you do thereafter as far as processing the bike?
I then took swabs from those 3 separate areas that glowed.
Did you take swabs of the handlebars of the bike?
I did.
If I showed you those swabs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 98 and 99. Are those the swabs you used for the handlebars of the bike?
Yes.
Are those your initials on each?
Yes.
Is one for the left handlebar, one for the right?
Yes, 98 is from the right handlebar and 99 is from the left.
After you collected these swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the collection of evidence as it relates to the defendant himself?
Yes.
How exactly?
I took photographs of him and I also collected his buccal swabs.
If I showed you the buccal swabs you took from the defendant, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 100. Can you identify what I just handed you?
Yes, it is the buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you take several?
Yes.
Or actually, did you take 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical?
Yes.
After you collected these buccal swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you still involved in this case when John Mello returned back from Italy?
I was.
How were you involved, specifically oriented towards Mr. Mello?
So I responded to the Greenville County Detention Center where he was being held at the time. I took photographs of him and I collected his buccal swabs as well.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm just gonna find, just like this. Oh. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 101.
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from John Mello.
And there's two of them?
Yes.
What did you do after collecting State's Exhibit 101?
Those were also submitted to evidence.
Ms. Ford, I have no further questions for you.
Your Honor, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison Miller, right?
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greenville County Forensics,
How long have you been with them?
a little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what is your specific, in 2021, what was your specific role with the Sheriff's Office?
So I was with Greenville County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that involve evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
How are you involved in the present case?
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Is that a 1999 Gold Ford Ranger?
Yes, it is.
Does that include taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
When you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing and going through it?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as to what that indicates to you when you're going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. That will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
Okay. And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood. Show you 146, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163. Do you let me know if you recognize those photos as what you observed at that.
Yes, I took the photos that were in our vehicle bay.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence states 146 to 157 and 159 through 163.
No objection.
Without objection, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163.
Showing you states 147. What is that?
That is the vehicle at the incident location that technician Ford photographed.
Showing you 151. What is 151?
That is the insurance card found in the vehicle.
Show you 152.
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
You explain, why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
Let me show you states 154. What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
Show you 159. What is that?
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160. What is 160?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160, how many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
I'll show you 161. There's 6 pairs of gloves in that?
No, there were 5 pairs located.
And then finally, 163.
That's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
I'll talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can illuminate on.
What are some things that it could give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well, or different paints and tarnish.
That's right. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. It's all right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. Have a nice weekend and discuss this case among yourselves.
and we will see you back in probably about 15 minutes. Thank you all.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, thank you.
If you need some water, it's right there behind you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record.
Vanessa Kormo, Kormylo.
Kormo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living?
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville County. I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law. Handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is a guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome. And so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
And how are you involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes?
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Of Christina Parcel?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
Okay. When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of Ida Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ida when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
So getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties. We talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people, and I prepare a written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. he wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position. So I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
So once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role?
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time, but let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as a guardian, and so they continued to escalate, and I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children, through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint. One was they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation. And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself because of the way the emails were worded. He used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going into October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Ida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not. And this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time, having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guardian ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
Okay. July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcel in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature. Yes.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them, to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
Do you know, when did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same P.O. box return address. So this time we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you've testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
You mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcel of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take one, I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcel?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays and anyway, she loved sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian. So if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder?
Prior to the murder.
He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April of 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of the parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6-month mark.
In October was that 6-month mark? Is that correct?
That would be right.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses to interview, for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit
Okay.
To support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys, helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164. Showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered. And this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 164.
No objection.
Exhibit 64 comes in.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could, because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
I want to go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties, or those individuals, purported individuals, that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with a particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And I'm looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci. Did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that helped identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Miller's tone. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways, we could never really seem to trace them. And I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did he ever mistakenly send one from one of those, send an email? From
Yes, there was an email one time from Sophia Carlucci, from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Cross-exam.
Yeah, really, Fritz.
I'm going to ask you to step out. I have a matter I need to take up with the attorneys.
Here we go.
On direct examination, you testified. On direct examination, you testified, I believe that as part of your job as a guardian ad litem was to familiarize yourself with the course of litigation and prior cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that based on your review of the history of the case and the litigation, there had been at least 3 prior cases? Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
And isn't it true that in each of the cases, Christina Parcel agreed to give John Mello custody? Isn't that true?
That's my understanding.
You were asked a little bit about John Mello and I being in Italy. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as part of your duties as the guardian ad litem during this period, was it your obligation to familiarize yourself just a little bit with what was going on with the litigation in Italy?
With the Hague Convention?
And just in general terms, what the status was of the litigation, what the outcome was?
Yes, I was following that. Yes.
Based on your interaction with Christina during this period, what was your understanding as to who was financing the litigation in Italy?
I'm not sure. I know her sister was helping. I think she bought the plane tickets. I don't think she had an attorney. I think she was self-representing or whatever you do with the Hague Convention. But
Did you also think it was possible that Mr. Post was financing litigation?
maybe part of the family court litigation, maybe. But as far as being in Italy and that part, he may have paid for bodyguards while she was there. I think I heard something about that, but I don't know for sure, and I don't want to misspeak.
Understand. But you think he was helping finance litigation in the States?
Possibly. I've definitely heard that.
Your Honor, I don't have anything else. We would ask Ms. Kormo to remain under subpoena and be available.
Okay. Any redirect?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. You may step in.
Thank you.
Quick witness.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to thank you again. Sometimes I have to ask you to step out just because I have certain matters that I need to take up with the attorneys. And if you weren't here, I wouldn't be able, so, or if you were in here, I would not be able to get into all those details. And I just, again, want to thank you. I told you I sound like a broken record, but again, I just can't stress how important it is that you are prohibited from watching any TV coverage, any type of news, and just for the integrity of this trial, justice and fairness to the defendant and state, that you're only to consider the evidence that comes in through this courtroom. And again, not to discuss it among yourselves or anybody. Okay? We will be back at 9:30 in the morning. And again, I am so grateful for each and every one of you for your service.
All right, guys. We're going to close this day on this trial, and we will pick it back up in the morning. And we'll start with day 3 tomorrow. Okay, guys? Tonight, we're going to start reading the deposition, another one of the depositions. So I will see you guys at 7 p.m. Be there or be square. Thank you guys for all who helped today. I could not do this without you guys. Beth, thank you for your super chat. Donna, thank you for your super chat. Jamadre, thank you for your super chat. Miss Glenda, thank you for your super chat. And Miss Crystal, bless you, bless you, bless you. Thank you so much. I couldn't do it without you guys' support. Okay, so we will see you at 7. All right, guys, have a great rest of your day. Peace out, Girl Scout. Bye.